Chapter 255. The Crimson-Armored Man was indeed anxious. The demonic faction had existed for so long in the Xia people's world. Of course, they knew about the Ding-Jiu worship of the Xia people. They also knew that this worship was capable of sealing off an area of 10,000 li. An area of 10,000 li? What should I do? Should I fly slowly? I'm afraid that before I can even fly out, a large number of Xia people's demigods will arrive. Although he was anxious, there was someone even more anxious than him. Damn it! An illusory image of the great demonic god's head appeared on his dark red armor. As the third priest of the demonic faction, he was the strongest and most valued member of the demonic faction. He possessed two divine artifacts. The armor on his body and the blood-colored scimitar were both divine artifacts. Coupled with his perfect demonic body, the third priest's strength was enough to suppress the Grand Elder Palace head in the ocean. However, the deity weapons of the Xia people were temporarily lent to the Xia people. The demonic faction's deity weapons were also lent to the third priest. The deity weapons were left behind by the great demon god. Hoo! Suddenly, four figures swooped down from the Ding-Jiu worship, forming an encirclement as they attempted to intercept the third priest from four directions. These four figures were the four deity warriors. After killing the demon general, these deity warriors followed the orders of the palace Lord Qin and arrived at the Ding-Jiu worship. Great demon god! The crimson-armored man looked up at the black Ding-Jiu worship in the sky and transmitted anxiously, "What do we do now?" Use the shadow command and escape. Although the shadow command is used to protect one's life and not specifically to increase one's speed, it is still a great help. The phantom of the great demonic god's skull on the crimson armor said anxiously, "Run as fast as you can, the faster the better." Even if the Xia people's demigods rush over, it won't be easy for them to surround you. As long as you escape from the Ding-Jiu worship's range. With your strength, you have a chance of escaping. No matter what, we must protect this bronze coffin and bring it back. Yes, a strange talisman appeared out of thin air in front of the mysterious crimson-armored man. The talisman was gray in color, and there were demonic patterns on it. Poof! The dark magic forcefully crushed the talisman. The talisman instantly shattered, and the power contained within it was completely activated. An invisible force immediately acted on the mysterious man in dark red armor. His body began to turn transparent, and his entire person seemed like a blurry shadow. Xiao! His speed suddenly soared, and he turned into a stream of light, fleeing at high speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown over the river, over the tall mountains, and into the distant horizon. It was too fast. His speed is so fast. Dongbua Shuiying, who was already full of confidence, was shocked. It was too fast. One must know that his current flying speed was considered very fast. Even among demigods, he was considered to be of a higher standard. His flying speed was about 50 kilometers per second. As for Dongbua Shuiying, he had heard that the fastest demigod's flying speed was about 300 kilometers per second. This mysterious crimson-armored man's speed previously was not too bad, but now that he had turned into a blurry shadow, his speed had increased tremendously, reaching a shocking speed of 800 kilometers per second. In other words, even if the other demigods of the Xia people came, it would be difficult for them to surround him. Phew! Dongbua Shuiying waved his hand, keeping the green armored guard and the gold man, following which his figure distorted and he entered the mirage. Within the mirage, Dongbua Shuiying teleported. Although the Ding-Jiu worship was powerful, it could not suppress and solidify the mirage. Therefore, within the mirage, Dongbua Shuiying could teleport. Shwa. If you can travel 800 kilometers per second, I can travel 100 kilometers with a single teleport. I can easily catch up to you. Inside the Ding-Jiu worship, Palace Lord Qin stood in the hold of the worship, looking at the image displayed in midair. It showed the mysterious crimson-armored man fleeing, while Dongbua Shue Ing disappeared into thin air. What true meaning did Snow Eagle comprehend? He was able to easily monitor the demonic faction, and now that he suddenly disappeared, this Dingjio worship is unable to sense him. Palace Lord Qin was somewhat startled. Only the most famous true meanings were recorded in the deity world. There were still many that had not been recorded. For example, the fusion of different laws of profound mysteries to form a new grade 2 true meaning. These were all unpredictable. Although Palace Lord Chun was curious, he did not pursue the matter. He felt that the fewer people who knew, the better. Snow Eagle, there's no need for you to take action. Leave it to me, Palace Lord Chun instructed through the communication wristband. I still need some time to prepare. The other aspects of the Dingjio worship are good, just that it takes some time to activate. I'm not a transcendent mage. If Mountain Lord he were to control the Dingjio worship, things would be much better. And I'll be done soon. Later, you can destroy that fleshly body within the mirage. His chi avatar was able to receive messages. So Shui incuriously teleported behind the mysterious crimson-armored man. He was only a few dozen kilometers away from him. Wah! Dongbua Shuiying's eyes widened as he looked at the scene outside the mirage in shock. Boom! With the mysterious crimson-armored man as the center, a gigantic spherical shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air. The spherical shadow was densely packed with countless runes, and the complex runes formed this incomparably mystical array. This spherical illusion had a diameter of 3,000 kilometers. The moment it appeared, it began to crazily plunder the lightning energy of the world. In the blink of an eye, an enormous lightning sphere with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers had appeared. Dongbua Shuiying stared at this scene. A diameter of 3,000 kilometers. His current position in the real world was also inside this lightning sphere. Even the demonic faction headquarters underground was inside this enormous lightning sphere. Fortunately, the demonic faction headquarters was located deep within a desolate and uninhabited mountain. They were afraid that too many people would come and go as they pleased. If there were too many people, they would randomly dig and build. Thus, the more inaccessible the place was, the better. This also prevented the mortals from being harmed in this war. Voila! Countless lightning bolts suddenly began to converge. In the blink of an eye, the lightning sphere with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers had condensed into a small. And this was the third priest. The enormous lightning sphere instantly condensed into a single point. The surrounding world turned silent in an instant. All sound seemed to have disappeared. Dongbua Shuiying also stared blankly at the scene. Following which, that had condensed on the third priest's body suddenly erupted with an incomparably terrifying might. Dongbua Shuiying could only feel his eyes being scorched by a blinding light. Following which, the light dissipated. Only then did Dongbua Shuiying see the scene in front of him clearly. The body of the third priest, which had turned illusory like a shadow, was currently falling downwards. His body seemed to be damaged and incomplete. The blood-red scimitar had already been blasted far away. Naturally, what was also blasted away was the bronze coffin. That bronze coffin, after experiencing such a terrifying explosion, was actually still in perfect condition. The 13 chains were still wrapped around it. Wake up! Wake up! The image of the great demon god's head appeared on the dark red armor of the third priest. At this moment, the great demon god was frantic as he roared, "Idiot, wake up! Hurry, hurry!" The third priest suddenly regained his consciousness. He had a perfect demonic body and was immortal long ago. Furthermore, he was protected by a deity armor, and his body was illusory. Therefore, he was only slightly injured. His body did not completely disintegrate into particles. Strictly speaking, his injuries were not serious at all. However, That thunderous explosion seemed to have penetrated deep into his soul. In an instant, his soul went blank, and he was completely stunned. It was the angry roar of the great demon god that penetrated deep into his soul that caused him to gradually regain his consciousness. "Hurry, hurry, and retrieve the bronze coffin. Hurry!" the illusory head of the great demon god urged. It seems like this bronze coffin is really important to the great demon god. The third priest thought to himself. He had never seen the great demon god lose his composure like this. He was very curious as to what was inside the bronze coffin. After the third priest regained his consciousness, he immediately transformed into a beam of light and flew towards the bronze coffin. At the same time, he extended his hand, and the blood-red scimitar that was tossed far away also flew towards the third priest. How fast was the third priest's flying speed? In an instant, he was flying towards the bronze coffin. The illusory head of the great demon god heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a hand reached out from nothingness and grabbed a corner of the bronze coffin. Then, with a tug, the bronze coffin was dragged into nothingness. The third priest was stunned, gone. The bronze coffin that was right in front of him just now disappeared into thin air. "Ah, damn it, you idiot, idiot!" The illusory head of the great demon god had completely gone mad and was howling madly. Chapter 256. After the huge ball of lightning shrunk into a dot and exploded, Dongbua Shuai-ing saw the third priest falling and the bronze coffin flying into the distance. He only froze for a moment before making his decision. This bronze coffin was actually not damaged in the slightest by such a powerful explosion. If I want to open the coffin and destroy the body, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns, so... Dongbua Shuai-ing teleported within the mirage and arrived near the bronze coffin. He then extended his hand into the real world and grabbed a corner of the bronze coffin. He then directly dragged it into the mirage. Let's bring it away first. Dongbua Shuai-ing glanced at the great demon god's head that appeared on the dark red armor worn by the third priest. He could not help but sneer as he felt extremely carefree in his heart. Grabbing the bronze coffin, Dongbua Shuai-ing immediately teleported at high speed and quickly arrived within Ding Jiu's worship. In the main hall of Ding Jiu's worship palace, Lord Qin was present. As for Dongbua Shuai-ing, he single-handedly dragged the huge bronze coffin and directly walked out of the mirage. Snow Eagle. Palace, Lord Qin was filled with excitement. Good. Beautifully done. Ha. Our biggest goal this time has been accomplished. The next step is to attack the demonic faction headquarters. I'm afraid the demonic faction headquarters will still need you. Snow Eagle. No rush. I'll first save the person. Dongbua Shuai-ing's figure immediately distorted as he once again entered the mirage. Using his fastest speed, he arrived at the punishment chamber of the demonic faction headquarters. When he saw the bone-thin Puyang bow tied up inside the punishment chamber, he heaved a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was, would the demonic faction headquarters become desperate and kill Puyang Bo? However, the body of the great demon god's doppelganger was too important. Once the physical body matured, the great demon god would descend upon the Xia people successfully. It would be an unprecedented catastrophe for the Xia people. Even a newly ascended god wouldn't be able to stop a clone of the great demon god. Therefore, he did not care about Puyang at that time. He first destroyed the space array, then chased after the third priest. Now that he had successfully seized the physical body of the great demon god's clone, the first thing he did was to save Puyang. I was thinking too much. Right now, the demonic faction is probably thinking of ways to block the attacks of the transcendence of the Xia people. Why would they care about a sky realm transcendent? Dongbua Shuai-ing smiled and immediately grabbed Puyang Bo's body. His fingers gently touched the chains that were wrapped around Puyang Bo's body. The chains immediately turned into dust, and Puyang Bo's body was dragged into the mirage. Dongbua Shuai-ing held Puyang Bo in his arms. feeling his skin and bones. Dongbua Shueing couldn't help but feel guilty. He had watched Puyang Bo suffer for 6 years. Who? He returned at high speed. Within the mirage, Puyang Bo's consciousness gradually recovered. Actually, he had already become numb to the torture of these past few years. It was as if his body wasn't himself anymore. Even his soul had been ravaged many times. However, he always had a belief: never lower his head. Never lower his head. As long as he didn't lower his head, there was still hope. It was a very weak belief that allowed him to hold on until today. Palace Master. A faint voice came from outside. The voice was faintly discernible, as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens. Puyang Bo, his situation is very dangerous. His soul has been sealed and has been tortured many times. Wait for a moment. Mountain Lord, he will be here soon. He is the most powerful transcendent mage. He is the most confident. Mountain Lord He, hurry up and save Puyang. Brother He, saving Puyang is more important. The demonic faction headquarters is covered in layers of arrays. It won't be easy to attack, so there's no need to be anxious. I will take charge of Ding Jiu's worship first. You can take over after you. Save Puyang. Okay, leave it to me. The voice outside was very weak. Puyang Bo wanted to open his eyes, but he couldn't. Inside the huge hall of the worship, Dongbua Shueing looked at Puyang Bo, who was lying on a bed from his storage bracelet. Mountain Lord, he was already treating him. Puyang. Dongbua Shueing's heart was filled with guilt and discomfort. As a Do Qi cultivator, he was helpless when it came to the soul. Snow Eagle, don't blame yourself. What you did was agreed upon with me. You didn't do anything wrong. Furthermore, it was you who saved him. Palace, Lord Qin consoled him from the side. I could have saved him, but I didn't. I don't regret my decision. I just feel sorry. Dongbua Shueing shook his head. At this time, the image in the air above the main hall had already started to show the demonic faction, demigods, one after another. Ding Jiu's worship had already descended. It was now very close to the demonic faction headquarters. Ding Jiu's worship also began to display layers upon layers of methods, coordinating with the demigods of the Xia people as they began to surround and attack the demigods below. Rumble! Due to the explosion of the gigantic lightning sphere, the surrounding mountains and rivers had long been turned into nothingness. The demonic faction headquarters was now completely exposed. The surface of the hexagonal fortress was currently covered in countless runes and arrays, completely blocking all the attacks of the Xia people. A breath of time had already passed. Although the third priest met with some obstructions at the end, he still managed to escape with his terrifying speed. After all, the third priest's speed was too fast, and his strength was too strong. With the surrounding space sealed, the demigods of the Xia people were unable to teleport. Thus, they could only attack from afar. Snow Eagle, attacking the demonic faction headquarters, is a bit troublesome. Palace, Lord Qin said, I have already informed the Temple of the Earth God. The Temple of the Earth God and the demonic faction are mortal enemies. They will also attack the demonic faction headquarters with all their might. However, they probably won't be able to directly infiltrate the demonic faction headquarters. Thus, we will need your help to infiltrate and destroy it. All right, Dongbua Shueing nodded. The other 4 deity warriors will also temporarily follow me. All right. Palace, Lord Qin revealed a happy expression. With the layers of arrays, attacking from the front would be too difficult. Attacking from the inside would be much easier. Previously, Palace Lord Qin had seen the gold man disguised as black. Others might not have noticed anything, but Palace Lord Qin was very clear that he had only given a green-armored guard. Yet, Dongbua Shueing had a black gold man? In addition to Dongbua Shueing's infiltration methods and the fact that he had previously said that he would attempt to break into the Black Wind Deity Palace, Palace Lord Qin could guess that Dongbua Ing should have already obtained the treasures of the Black Wind Deity Palace. Regarding this, Palace Lord Qin was rather happy. Compared to ancestor Black Wind, Dongbua Shui Ing clearly valued the Xia people more. Snow Eagle was able to infiltrate. What realm did Mountain Lord he have? He was able to easily undo the soul seal and the many rune punishments placed on Puyang Bo by the demonic faction. Currently, he was only slowly healing the many injuries on his soul. Hearing the conversation between the two, he could not help but be startled. Snow Eagle? Palace Lord Qin looked towards Dongbua Shuang. There's no need to hide it. Now that the demonic faction knows about it, and the enemies know about my methods, there's no need to hide it from our own people, Dongbua Shuang said. Snow Eagle has a special infiltration and investigation method. It's a grade 2 true, meaning that he grasped. It's precisely by relying on this method that we were able to find the 5 demon generals, as well as this demonic faction headquarters. Palace Lord Qin said, furthermore, it was also by relying on Snow Eagle that we were able to easily capture the physical body of the great demon god's avatar. Dongbua Shuang added, if not for Ding Zhou's warship blasting the bronze coffin away, I wouldn't have had the chance to act. Don't be modest, Palace Lord Qin laughed. He was very clear that Dongbua Shuang had contributed greatly to this matter. Mountain Lord, he was somewhat dazed. Another grade 2 true meaning, discovering the 5 demon generals and the demonic faction headquarters, and the avatar of the great demon god. Hua hua hua. Very soon, the other 4 deity warriors arrived. I'll be leaving first. Dongbua Shuang did not bother to explain. With a wave of his hand, he collected the 4 deity warriors. Who? Dongbua Shuang's figure instantly distorted and disappeared. Seeing Dongbua Shuang disappear in front of his eyes, Mountain Lord, he was even more astonished. Even with his current realm, he could only vaguely sense that Dongbua Shuang had entered another hidden space. One had to know how long he had condensed his true deity heart. Even after comprehending the profound mysteries of the deity weapon, he had still managed to barely sense Dongbua Shuang's presence. Amazing, Mountain Lord, he praised. He then continued, quickly tell me, what exactly happened? What's the fleshly body of the great demon god's avatar? Save Puyang Bo first. I'll explain it to you later, Palace Lord Qin said. The seals on Puyang Bo's body have all been removed. Right now, I'm healing the injuries on his soul. It won't be long before he becomes lively again. You must believe in the regenerative abilities of a transcendent. Mountain Lord, he hastily said, hurry up and tell me. All right, it's like this. Only then did Palace Lord Qin reveal the many things that only he and Dongbua Shuang knew. Only then did Mountain Lord he understand that Dongbua Shuang had done a great deed. Chapter 257. Within the demonic faction headquarters. The fog that had been shrouding High Priest Shiyun's body for a long time had already dissipated. Since he was already exposed, was there still a need to hide? At this moment, Shiyun's entire body was covered in scales. 2 sharp horns grew out of his head, and dark magic surged around him. Great demon god! Shiyun was incomparably respectful. Near the Devil's Well, there was a huge skull sculpture on the wall of the hall. The skull sculpture spoke with anger. High Priest, the 3rd priest is veiled. The physical body that I need to descend has already been taken by the Xia people. The outside world has also been sealed by the deity world's Ding Zhou battleship. The demigods of the Xia people have all arrived. The demonic faction headquarters is doomed to fall, and you won't be able to escape. At this time, what I need you to do is take revenge at all costs. Through the treasures of the headquarters, kill any transcendents of the Xia people you can. As for you, after you die, I will guide your soul into the dark abyss. I will reconstruct your physical body and allow you to continue living in the dark abyss. Yes, Shiyun respectfully replied. A few powerful gods or demonic gods were able to guide the souls of transcendents away. The temporal temple was one such example. Even if those reincarnators died in battle, as long as their souls were not destroyed, the temporal temple would guide them away for the hell-level mission, punishment. Thus, transcendents who worshipped powerful existences were usually very loyal. After all, it was very difficult to destroy the soul of a transcendent under the protection of a powerful deity. Take revenge! Take revenge! Kill as many as you can! The skull sculpture roared. Just as it finished speaking, a hand suddenly reached out from the void. With a wave of that hand, 6 streams of light appeared out of thin air in the hall where the demonic well was. Each of the 6 streams of light had a mighty aura. There was an ancient tree guard that instantly transformed into a huge monster, waving its huge branches and leaves. There was an extremely cold man with 2 divine swords on his back. There was an extremely domineering black gold man, and there was a strange 8-clawed creature that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. There were 6 of them. Every single one of them was a deity warrior that had reached the limits of the mortal world. Their attacks could either be ranked in the top 3 of the demigod rankings, or they specialized in restraining their enemies, or they specialized in domains. In short, none of them could be killed or destroyed. Their strength was also very strong. With 6 of them appearing at the same time, even people at the level of Mountain Lord He and the Grand Elder Palace Head would die. Only the 3rd priest, who was said to be the best in the world in terms of survivability, had a perfected demonic body and a divine armor. Shi Yun was stunned. Bam! The ancient tree guardian first lashed out with its huge branches, sending Shi Yun flying and crashing into the wall next to him. Then, the 6 ancient tree guardians surrounded him. Damn it, it's him again! Dongbua Shuang! The head statue on the wall of the palace roared with a ferocious expression. Pum! The black gold man stomped on the skull statue. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire palace wall collapsed, and the skull statue naturally shattered. Within the mirage, Dongbua Shuang silently watched as Shi Yun was surrounded and beaten to death. Not even a breath's worth of time passed before the body of the demonic faction's high priest collapsed. It took another 10 breaths worth of time before the high priest's demonic body was completely destroyed. This generation's high priest of the demonic faction had died. This was also the reason why Dongbua Shuang had asked for the other 4 deity warriors. With just 2 of them, he did not have 100% confidence in killing the high priest. Only with 6 of them could he truly sweep through. Another hand reached into the real world, and the 6 divinity warriors were all retrieved, along with the treasures left behind by the high priestess. Divine weapon? Shuang easily refined the storage ring of the high priest. He also discovered a deity weapon within the storage ring. It was a deity weapon that looked like a lamp. This deity weapon was stirring as if it wanted to fly away. It's a pity that this divine weapon can't be used. Dongbua Shuang inwardly shook his head. Just like the Xia people's divine weapon, the Xia people's transcendents could only use it temporarily. This divine weapon of the demonic faction was also under the control of the great demon god. However, it was currently in a storage treasure and could not escape. Although the Xia people's transcendents could temporarily suppress it, they could not use it. Continue. Dongbua Shuang brought the 6 deity warriors and walked through the mirage. When they arrived at a key location, he would release the 6 deity warriors for them to destroy. Everything that could be destroyed would be destroyed. The high priest was in charge of the entire demonic faction headquarters, while the deity warrior, the white-robed girl, assisted him. Without the high priest, Shuang wantonly destroyed many places. The arrays left behind by the demigods and deities of the demonic faction in the past were all destroyed from the inside, destroying the core and key regions. However, there were still some arrays that had existed since the very beginning of the construction of the underground fortress. They were engraved on the outermost layer of the fortress and could not be destroyed. The white-robed girl was the one who was controlling the initial formation. Time to go. Dongbua Shui Ing spent half an hour before returning to Ding Jiu's worship with the 6 deity warriors. Inside Ding Jiu's worship, only Palace Lord Qin and Mountain Lord He were present. As for the other Xia people's demigods, they were working together with Ding Jiu's worship to attack the demonic faction headquarters. Moreover, the Temple of the Earth God had also sent experts and treasures over. It could be said that they were doing their best. Wang, Mountain Lord, he was using all his strength to control Ding Jiu's worship. As a powerful transcendent mage, he was most proficient in controlling Ding Jiu's worship. Many of the arrays could even be activated with his own magic power, allowing him to display an extremely high level of power. After all, this was a standard worship of the deity world. Originally, it was meant for deities to control. Many of the arrays were too complicated, and Palace Lord Qin could only display the most basic of power. The snow eagle is here. Palace Lord Qin revealed a happy expression as he looked at Dongbua Shuang. Shi Yuan is already dead. However, his soul might have been led into the dark abyss by the great demon god. Dongbua Shuang said, "There's no need to care about him. He will never be able to return to the dark abyss. Moreover, he isn't even a deity in a place like the dark abyss. His days there won't be easy." Palace Lord Qin said. Dongbua Shuang nodded and said, "I didn't bring back many treasures from the demonic faction. The great demon god knew that he couldn't defend it, so he destroyed everything that could be destroyed. I brought back those that couldn't be destroyed. As for how to divide them, let's wait until I send Puyang back. There's no need to worry about the treasures of the demonic faction." Palace Lord Qin didn't seem to care. Was it because of a deity weapon? There was no need. Deity grade secret technique? That was a deity grade dark magic technique. Those who cultivated magic power and battle qi couldn't use it. Everything that could be destroyed had been destroyed. As for those that couldn't be destroyed, there should still be some good treasures. However, Palace Lord Qin didn't care. He even felt that Dongbua Shuang's contribution this time was too great. He couldn't even count his contributions. "Where's Puyang?" Dongbua Shuang asked. "He's in the house next door. He keeps shouting that he wants to go back and see his woman. It's just that we can't leave." Palace Lord Qin smiled. "Snow Eagle, you've done everything you can. Leave the rest to us. You can go and send the pitiful Puyang Bo off." "Okay." Dongbua Shuang walked to the house next door and opened the door. This Ding Jiu's worship was indeed mysterious. Even though there was only a door between them, he couldn't sense what was inside the house. It was indeed worthy of being a worship of the deity world. Inside the house there was a bed. Puyang Bo was lying on it. At this moment his face was rosy and his skin was moist. One wouldn't be able to tell that he was just a bag of bones. The recovery ability of a transcendent was truly astonishing. However, deep fatigue could be seen in his eyes. It was obvious that the terrifying 6 years of punishment had made him extremely tired. Puyang Bo could only rely on himself to recover from the damage to his soul. "Puyang, what are you doing?" Dongbua Shuang smiled as he walked in. "I'm chatting with Shidong." Puyang Bo immediately stood up. "I can't leave now. I can only chat with Shidong through the communication wristband. This is the new wristband that Palace Lord Qin gave me. And, Dongbua, I really have to thank you this time. If not for you, I would have fallen into oblivion forever. Speaking of which, I'm the one who has let you down. You don't have to thank me." Dongbua Shuang felt even more awkward when he heard Puyang thanking him. Palace Head Qin and the others have already told me that a true transcendent of the Xia clan would make such a choice. Puyang Bo grinned, his mouth wide open. "Let's go. I'll send you back," Dongbua Shuang said. Puyang Bo could see the fatigue on his face. However, he was still filled with anticipation. In the large-scale transcendent world, oceanic forest world, the third priest, who was dressed in dark red armor, arrived. Boom! Boom! Two powerful auras appeared in midair. One was a huge illusory head, while the other was the illusory figure of a golden-robed man. These two illusory figures faced each other from afar. Their auras were vast and mysterious. Great demon god, you have really disappointed me. The golden-robed illusory figure sneered. Back then we made a plan and signed an oath. But now, you actually told me that the fleshly body of the great demon god's doppelganger that you were about to descend was destroyed by the Xia people? Sorcerer god, the huge illusory head said in a low voice, remember your seniority. Seniority? Yes, you are stronger than me. But it is precisely because you are strong enough that I chose you to be my collaborator. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to participate in this. Your greatest use is the doppelganger that you are about to descend. Your realm is much higher than mine. Your doppelganger is also the most important part of the plan. But now, it's gone. You can't descend your doppelganger anymore. What use do you have? The golden-robed illusory figure said coldly. The sorcerer god was furious as well. The mighty great demon god had actually made a fatal mistake at such a crucial moment. You, the huge illusory head had a savage look on its face. You dare to speak to me like that, you? You, a mere great demon god of the abyss, want to threaten a deity of the deity realm? The golden-robed illusory figure laughed coldly. And as a leader, do you think I would be afraid of you? Dare how? I have always respected you, but you have truly disappointed me, because you are unable to fulfill your promise. The oath we made back then is for naught. Naturally, there is no need to carry it out anymore. You no longer have the qualifications to participate in the plan that I made. Chapter 258. The great demon god was inwardly furious. The sorcerer god was only a mid-level character in an ordinary empire, yet he dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. In terms of strength, the sorcerer god was only comparable to the great demon god from 30 million years ago. The difference in strength between the two was huge, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the sorcerer god held the initiative. The great demon god was chosen by the sorcerer god because the great demon god was deeply rooted in the world of the Xia people. Sorcerer god, the giant skull phantom said in a low voice, yes, the fleshly body I needed to descend was destroyed, but do you know how it was destroyed? How? The golden-robed phantom was stunned. My demonic faction headquarters has not been exposed for a long time, yet it was attacked today. Even the fleshly body I needed to descend was destroyed. Why? The giant skull phantom said coldly, because the strength of the Xia people is much stronger than you think. If you don't know the reason for my failure, it won't be long before your beast clan suffers the same fate. The plan has yet to begin. Failure doesn't mean anything, the golden-robed phantom said coldly. Even if the plan begins, you will still fail. The giant skull phantom said confidently, I suffered a huge loss, so I realized that the Xia people have an extremely terrifying aspect, and it will also be the aspect where you will fail. What exactly is it? The golden-robed phantom frowned. We need to sign a new oath. The giant skull phantom said, I will tell you everything. The failure this time was because of that dome bush swaying. However, this secret had not been made public yet, so only the palace lord Chen and mountain lord he knew about it. Naturally, the beast clan did not know about it. The great demon god was purposely trying to scare the sorcerer god. You don't have a clone of the great demon god, so why are you involved? The golden-robed phantom coldly said, just because you know a secret of the Xia people. No, I paid a huge price to nurture a clone. However, I am willing to nurture another clone. The giant skull said in a low voice. It had already suffered heavy losses. If it couldn't participate in this plan and enjoy the fruits of its labor, then the previous losses would have been in vain. It would rather pay another price to succeed. After all, if the plan succeeded, it would be a huge profit. Nurture it again. The golden-robed, illusory figure was stunned. But there's not enough time. That's why I need to delay the plan by 50 years. This is also why I asked you to sign a new oath, the giant skull said. As long as you sign the oath, I will naturally tell you everything. In midair, the golden-robed silhouette and the gigantic skull silhouette faced each other from afar, but there was a long period of silence. All right, then let's postpone it for 50 years. The golden-robed phantom nodded. Their lifespans were long, so a delay of 50 years was not unacceptable. Then let's sign a new oath. Only then did the giant skull phantom reveal a joyful expression. All right, very soon, a faint golden piece of paper appeared in midair, and there were many special words on it. Behind the golden paper, there was a faint shadow. It was the shadow of a strange island. Soon, 2 names appeared at the bottom of the paper. The names were also written in a special language. The oath was completed. The golden-robed phantom immediately said, Speak. What secrets do the Xia people have? What is the reason for your failure? Because of one person, the giant skull said, Dongbua Shueing. Him, the golden-robed phantom, was stunned. At this moment, he felt as though he had been deceived. Just because of a transcendent from the Xia people? Don't look down on him. If you do, you will definitely fail because of him. Oh, in addition to grasping the true meaning of extreme piercing, he also grasped another true meaning. This is a very special true meaning that allows him to hide in another world. From that world, he can investigate the real world. That's why he was able to find the 5 demon generals, as well as the demonic faction headquarters. Even my fleshly body was pulled into another world by him. Just now, I sensed that my fleshly body had been destroyed. Such a strange true meaning. The sorcerer god was secretly shocked. I suspect that it's the true meaning of mirage or the true meaning of shadow. The great demon god deduced. You have to know that Dongbua Shueing has only cultivated for less than 100 years, yet he is already so terrifying. According to your original plan, Dongbua Shueing will be even stronger than he is now. He can penetrate through any openings, and if you are not prepared, he can completely destroy your plan. Now that we have made preparations, the sorcerer god said. But now that we know how powerful he is, we have to eliminate him. The true meaning of mirage was truly strange and unpredictable. Not only was it traceless, it was also the ultimate form of illusion techniques. Although the true meaning of shadow did not have any illusions, it was more vicious and ruthless. As for Dongbua Shueing's true meaning of mirage, although its offensive power was weak, it had an extreme offensive true meaning, extreme piercing. The true meaning of mirage and extreme piercing complemented each other, forming a terrifying combination. Yes, eliminate him, the great demon god said. The earlier we eliminate him, the better. What kind of status did the sorcerer god and the great demon god have? Both of them knew of Dongbua Shueing's strength and methods. Dealing with a single transcendent was too easy for them. If Dongbua Shueing had cultivated his true meaning to stage 3 and condensed his true deity heart, it might have been troublesome. But now, the sorcerer god and the great demon god quickly decided on a plan to eliminate Dongbua Shueing. In just 6 hours, they had gathered all the required treasures. The reason why it took 6 hours was because there was a special treasure that needed to be sent through the temporal temple. Very soon, a reincarnator from the temporal temple personally delivered it to the oceanic forest world. Everything was ready. Now they just had to wait, find Dongbua Shueing, then kill him. Bright Sand Province, Barbarian Wind County City. In a secluded mansion, a group of transcendents was having a joyous gathering. Haha, come, let's do it. Puyang, you brat, after surviving a great calamity, you are bound to have good fortune in the future. Right. I dare say that it won't be long before sister, Shidong, gives birth to a baby for you. Hee. Thank you, brother Yufeng. I can't wait to hug my baby. Yufeng, Zhangpeng, Puyang Bo, Dongbo Shuang, and Yuan Qing were currently drinking and chatting. Jing Qiu was accompanying Shidong. They had a good relationship and knew that Puyang Bo had suffered a lot in the past 6 years. Thus, his good brothers came to accompany him, allowing him to release his emotions as much as he wanted. I heard that the attack on the demonic faction headquarters is about to end. I really can't believe that Siduhong, that bastard, would actually rely on the demonic faction and scheme against his own junior brother. Yu Feng was so angry that his teeth itched. I really want to use all the punishments of the demonic faction on Siduhong and let him have a good taste of it. There's nothing to be angry about. Now that he has been captured, the Xia people will not let him off so easily. Puyang Bo casually said, "Don't mention such a disgusting person. He's ruining the good mood of us brothers. AI, Yuan Qing, why are you always so taciturn?" Yuan Qing smiled, still very bashful. "So shy, just like a girl. I really don't know how you managed to cultivate to become a transcendent." Zhang Peng laughed from the side. "I'm just cultivating slowly," Yuan Qing said. Dongbua Shueing was casually drinking and chatting with his brothers. At the same time, his mood was quite relaxed. Currently, the situation was progressing well. The physical body of the great demon god's avatar had long been destroyed by the deity World Warrior. It was also because Palace Lord Chen and the others were worried that something unexpected would happen. So they sent the indestructible deity World Warrior to deal with it. In reality, destroying it was quite easy. One must know that even a true god avatar that descended would be suppressed to the peak of the demigod realm by the will of the world. Now that the soul of the great demon god had yet to descend, how much resistance could a mere physical body have? While attacking the demonic faction headquarters, several demigod chi avatars, magic energy avatars, quickly moved to capture the exposed transcendents. This was because they were fast enough. As for the transcendents of the demonic faction, they still thought that they had not been exposed. Thus, the 8 transcendents discovered by Dongbu Shuang, including Siduhong, were all captured. As for the demonic faction headquarters, there was no demigod presiding over it. Only the original array remained. It was said that the attack had already entered the demonic faction headquarters and was nearing its end. This huge storm is finally coming to an end. Dongbua Shueing revealed a smile. Shueing frowned and turned to look at the distant sky. Because he was currently engaged in a battle with the demonic faction, he had been faintly perceiving the mirage and had never relaxed his vigilance. This allowed him to immediately sense a powerful aura piercing through space and rapidly approaching from 250 kilometers away. Chapter 259. Dongbua Shueing, who was sitting at the side with a wine glass in his hand, suddenly disappeared into thin air. With 2 consecutive teleportations, he appeared in midair outside of Razor Wind County City. The identity of the intruder was unknown. If it was an enemy, Dongbua Shueing would definitely not allow such a powerful aura to approach. There were tens of millions of mortals in the county city, and his good friends and Jing Qiu were in the residence. Standing in midair, the black-robed Dongbua Shueing furrowed his brows as he stared coldly ahead. With a wave of his hand, a strand of fiery red battle chi, imbued with the true meaning of extreme piercing, shot towards the powerful aura that was already tens of li away from him. See La! The fiery red battle chi forcefully tore apart the space, forcing the intruder out. Dongbua Shueing did not know who the intruder was, so he held back. The main purpose of his battle chi was to tear apart space and force the intruder out. Ha ha ha. An evil laughter reverberated in the surroundings. At the same time, 3 figures appeared. There was a black-robed, white-haired old man holding a white-boned staff, a tall and skinny man wearing green leather armor, and a purple-haired woman laughing evilly. Whoa! The black-robed, white-haired old man smiled at Dongbua Shueing, and a formless ripple instantly enveloped an area of 200 li. More accurately, with the black-robed old man as the center, a huge spherical space 100 li away from him. Such a huge area was completely isolated by the ripple. Puyang Bo, Yufeng, Zhangpeng, Yuanqing, and Shidong and Jingqiu, who were originally drinking and chatting with Dongbua Shuiying, were all transcendents. When they noticed that Dongbua Shuiying had teleported away, they could not help but look outside. With their extraordinary eyesight, they immediately saw the black-robed Dongbua Shuiying floating in midair outside the city. What happened to Dongbua? Why did he suddenly leave? Zhang Peng and the rest were puzzled. Their cultivation bases were not high enough, and they were unable to sense an expert who was teleporting hundreds of li away. Something is not right. Senior Brother Snow Eagle. Jingqiu stood up. All of them were puzzled and even slightly uneasy. In the air, Dongbua Shuiying waved his hand and shot out a strand of transcendent Do Qi, instantly tearing apart the space tens of miles away, and 3 figures appeared. Elder Aolan, Monarch Qin Yan, Jingqiu, Puyang Bo, and Yu Feng's expressions changed drastically. Grand Elder Aolan, ranked 3rd on the demigod list, the highest leader of the Sorcerer Goddess Shrine. The Green Nightmare Monarch was ranked 4th on the demigod ranking, a king of deep-sea magical beasts. On the surface, these two were the 2 most powerful beings in the magical beast clan. Even though they didn't recognize the purple-haired woman, the fact that she was able to appear with Elder Aolan and Monarch Qin Yan meant that she was no ordinary woman. How could Jingqiu and the rest not be shocked when these 3 super experts appeared outside Razor Wind City at the same time? Don't feel frightened and uneasy? Palace Lord Chen. Palace Lord Chen. There are experts from the Magical Beast clan. It's Elder Aolan, Monarch Qin Yan, and an unknown purple-haired woman. They seem to be here to deal with Junior Snow Eagle. All of them anxiously transmitted the message. Jingqiu was so anxious that her face turned pale. Puyang Bo couldn't help but crush the cup in his hand. He had just returned alive from hell, and he didn't want to see his good brother, the one who saved him from hell, in any trouble. But no matter how anxious they were, they could only watch, because existences of this level were not something they could get involved in. And Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed. Although he was shocked to see Elder Aolan and Monarch Qin Yan, he was still able to maintain his calm. But when he saw that the space within 100 miles was completely isolated from the outside world, Dongbua Shuiying realized that something was wrong. He sensed the mirage. Originally, the mirage's detection range was 500 miles away from him, but now he could only sense the isolated area of 200 miles. As for the area beyond 200 miles, he couldn't sense it at all. A powerful force had completely isolated him from the outside world. Who? Dongbua Shuiying's figure distorted, and he instantly disappeared. Walking in the mirage, Dongbua Shuiying tried to fly out of the isolated area, but the invisible barrier made it impossible for Dongbua Shuiying to pass through. He teleported to the other side of the 200 miles and tried to rush out. He even used the stellar fire cloud spear, stabbing out with all his might with the profound mysteries of extreme piercing. Qi, the unseen barrier, was incomparably tough, easily withstanding the strike of Shuiying's spear. It's isolated? It's sealed? Dongbua Shuiying looked outside. Elder Aolan and the others outside the mirage were very calm. Elder Aolan even instructed, Monarch Qin Yan, Empress, you two stay here and watch. I'll set up the array. It won't be long before the demigods of the Xia people arrive. Go, go. The purple-haired lady waved her hand casually. Elder Aolan did not mind. He easily passed through the barrier, as if there was no obstruction at all. Then, Elder Aolan began to set up the array around him. One by one, he threw out the array tools that he had prepared beforehand. Instantly, a huge array began to form. Rumble, the color of the sky changed and lightning surged. As the array was set up, the shock waves even reached Razor Wind Prefectural City. Boom! Lightning and flames struck Razor Wind Prefectural City. The city walls began to crumble, and some mortals were instantly turned into dust. The remaining mortals screamed in fear as they tried to escape. They looked at the huge object outside the city in fear. The array, which was larger than the entire city, continued to expand. Looking at it with the naked eye, it was mainly lightning and flames. The color of the sky changed. Black clouds gathered above and countless lightning bolts gathered. You guys are very confident. Dongbua Shwe-ing walked out of the mirage and stood in the real world. He looked at the people in front of him. The moment he encountered the enemy, he had already sent a message to Palace, Lord Chen, and the others. Now he had to try his best to stall for time. When the time came, the more demigods the Xia people had, the better. Of course, I'm confident. The purple-haired lady smiled evilly. Just now, Elder Aolan addressed you as the Empress. Although I, Dongbua Shwe-ing, am well informed, I have never heard of a demigod like you in the Xia people's world. Dongbua Shwe-ing said, I have never heard of anyone with the title of Empress. The purple-haired lady said proudly, You should be proud that you forced me to reveal my identity to deal with you. Guess, you should be able to guess it. As she spoke, she casually flicked her fingers. Her fingers were incomparably sharp, and her nails were extremely long, even longer than her entire finger. At the tip of her nails, there were even white threads. Each white thread was faintly made up of countless tiny threads tangled together. One look and one could tell that they were incomparably tough. When Dongbua Shwe-ing saw these white threads, his expression changed. You are the Spider Empress, the demonic beast clan. There were also some that were born extremely powerful, such as the giant dragons. The giant dragons were the most famous. There were all kinds of dragons. Apart from that, there were also some extremely rare beasts that were even more talented than the giant dragons. However, they were simply too rare. It was rare for such a terrifying beast to be born in tens of thousands of years. The Spider Empress was one of them. It was an extremely unique beast. She was the most terrifying Spider Clan demonic beast emperor. Once the Spider Empress successfully evolved with her terrifying talent, she would be able to rank in the top 5 demigods. In terms of talent, even the deep-sea demonic beast king beside her could not compare. That king relied more on his own cultivation. As for the Spider Empress, she could rely on her talent to become so powerful. I truly did not expect that the demonic beast clan would have a Spider Empress in this era. Dongbua Shwe-ing laughed coldly. Furthermore, she had been hiding it all this while. I, Dongbua Shwe-ing, really have some face. I actually managed to get you, the Spider Empress, to personally make a move. Furthermore, the 3rd and 4th ranked demigod Grand Elder Aolan and Monarch Qinyan are working together. As he spoke, he was intentionally stalling for time. Right now, he only brought the gold man and the green-armored protector. If he wanted to deal with the 2 in front of him, it would already be good if he could fight evenly. There was no hope of killing them. Thus, he would rather stall for time. He, the Spider Empress, laughed delightedly. She did not seem to mind wasting time. This caused Dongbua Shwe-ing to feel even more uneasy. His true meaning of extreme piercing had already been exposed when he attacked the evil demon Lair previously. The true meaning of mirage was actually able to counter it. This meant that they were prepared, yet they still allowed him to stall for time. Were they stupid? Which one of Grand Elder Aolan and the others wasn't a wily old fox? To be so calm and confident, it was likely that they had full confidence. Chapter 260. Elsewhere, on Ding Jiu's worship, a large group of demigods from the Xia people had gathered in the main hall of the worship. Everyone was celebrating this unprecedented victory. Who would have thought that the demigods of our generation would have the chance to destroy the demonic faction headquarters? I feel like I'm dreaming. Right. We were just celebrating our victory over the 5 demon generals when we immediately received news that we were attacking the demonic faction headquarters. Furthermore, everything went smoothly. Attacking the demonic faction headquarters was really easy. We actually managed to take it down so quickly. Speaking of which, it's strange. The interior of the demonic faction headquarters has already been destroyed. Many of the arrays were completely destroyed. That's right. Before we even entered, the inner formation had already been destroyed, said Yizichin. Who destroyed it? I feel that Palace Lord Qin is hiding many things from us. How did the 5 demon generals and the demonic faction headquarters get discovered? Who did this to the demonic faction headquarters being almost completely destroyed? Perhaps there are some secrets involved. The demigods of the Xia people were all discussing. Among the group of demigods, the happiest was Chao Qing. He was known as the Thunder God and had a very violent temperament. He was also incomparably excited about attacking the demonic faction headquarters. To be able to participate in such a huge battle before his death, he would die without regrets. Chao Qing was actually able to naturally condense a true deity heart under this extremely excited state of mind as he waved the staff around in a frenzy. He became the 3rd demigod of the Xia people to condense a true deity heart. His strength immediately soared to the point where he was even stronger than Si Kongyang. He probably had the qualifications to be ranked among the top 3 demigods. Brother Chao, congratulations. Brother Chao, congratulations. You actually managed to condense a true deity heart while nearing the end of your lifespan. Haha, I admire you. Brother Chao, who knows, you might even be able to open your deity sea and become a true deity before the end of your lifespan. The bald and skinny old man, Chao Qing, chuckled. Today was truly an extremely joyous day. Killing the demon generals, breaking through the demonic faction headquarters, and condensing a true deity heart. How carefree was this? Elder Chao, Palace Lord Chun walked to Chao Qing's side with a glass of wine in his hand. Palace Lord Qin. Chao Qing nodded. Palace Lord Qin smiled and transmitted his voice. You've condensed the true deity's heart. You may have a chance to become a god. Don't make fun of me. Chao Qing sent a voice transmission. I know my own strength very well. Being able to condense a true deity heart is already not bad. Becoming a deity? There's no hope, and I'm getting closer and closer to the end of my lifespan. There is a place. If you enter it, you might be able to become a god, Palace Lord Qin transmitted. Oh, where is it? Chao Qing was surprised. You have already condensed your true deity heart, and you are nearing the end of your lifespan. Therefore, according to the rules of the Infernal Palace, I can only tell you, Palace Lord Qin transmitted his voice over. This place is called Crimson Rock Mountain. It's hard to explain it in a few sentences. When we return to the Infernal Palace, the 2 of us can slowly talk about it in private. Chao Qing nodded lightly. Crimson Rock Mountain? He would remember it. Palace Lord Qin suddenly walked to the front of the main hall and turned to look at all the demigods of the Xia people present. In a loud voice, he said, "Everyone!" His voice naturally resounded throughout the main hall. For a moment, all the demigods quietened down and looked at Palace Lord Qin. This is a great victory. Palace Lord Qin's face faintly glowed. His eyes filled with excitement. A great victory that can be said to affect the entire history of the Xia people. Its importance is even greater than what you all think. Oh! For a moment, all the demigods of the Xia people were puzzled. Breaking through the demonic faction headquarters was something that had never happened before in the history of the Xia people. Of course it was important, Palace Lord Qin said. It's even greater than what you think, which made them puzzled. Palace Lord Qin continued. Why? It's because of this. As he spoke, Palace Lord Qin waved his hand and a bronze coffin appeared beside him. Hua! The lid of the bronze coffin was directly lifted off by Doqi. Immediately, The aura of a dark spell formation was set up within the coffin, causing all the demigods of the Xia people present to feel their hearts tighten. This is the most important item in the entire demonic faction headquarters. This bronze coffin originally contained a fleshly body, a body required by the great demon god to descend. Palace, Lord Qin said. What? Divine avatar? A fleshly body required by the great demon god to descend. This news instantly shocked all the demigods of the Xia people. Heavens, they all knew how terrifying a divine avatar was. That was in the distant past, when the demonic faction and the Temple of the Earth God were fighting over the faith of this mortal world. They had only sent out a divine avatar once. At other times, the divine avatar had never appeared. It must be known that even the powerful deities of the deity world and the dark abyss needed to consider whether the resources they invested were worth it. They needed to consider the input and the output. Logically speaking, it was not possible for another divine avatar to be born. There is no need to doubt. Another voice sounded. It was Mountain Lord He. This bronze coffin previously contained the fleshly body required by the great demon god to descend. I personally witnessed the destruction of that fleshly body. How could that be? Why would the great demon god do such a thing? An uproar broke out. The demigods did not dare to believe it. This is the plan of the sorcerer god and the great demon god. It is impossible for this plan to target the Temple of the Earth God, because the sorcerer god has no reason to go against them. According to our speculations, there is an 80 to 90% chance that it is targeting our Xia people. Palace Head Qin said, this god's avatar is the key. Once it is successfully nurtured, the great demonic god's avatar will successfully descend. A divine avatar will completely sweep away our Xia people. Because a divine avatar has the strength of a demigod, it will be able to slaughter its way into the infernal realm. It might even destroy the Xia capital of the infernal realm. Our Xia people might even perish from this. All the demigods of the Xia people shuddered. They were confident in the strength of the Xia people. After all, over 300 demigod demons in history were unable to shake the Xia capital. However, although there was only one divine avatar of the great demon god, it was more terrifying than 300 demigod demons. How terrifying was it? They did not know, because the Xia people had never fought against someone of this level. Take a look. Palace, Lord Qin said as he waved his hand. An image appeared in midair. The image showed a mysterious crimson-armored man carrying a huge bronze coffin in one hand and a blood-red scimitar in the other. That's him, the demonic faction's strongest third priest. Palace Lord Qin said. At the first moment of the attack, the demonic faction's third priest tried his best to escape with the bronze coffin. I controlled the Ding Jiu battleship to stop him, but the third priest also brought along a life-saving treasure. At the same time, he also tried his best to escape. On the image, suddenly, the huge ball of lightning rapidly shrank and exploded. The mysterious crimson-armored man, the bronze coffin, and the blood-red scimitar were all sent flying. An illusion of the head of the great demon god appeared on the armor. The great demon god's head was clearly roaring. The mysterious crimson-armored man quickly woke up and immediately flew towards the bronze coffin, wanting to snatch it. At this moment, a hand reached out from the void, grabbed the bronze coffin, and dragged it into the void. The illusion of the great demon god's head roared. The mysterious crimson-armored man was completely stunned, not knowing what to do. Attacking from the void? Who is it? The demigods of the Xia people vaguely guessed what was going on. Previously, they were puzzled. How could the demonic faction headquarters, which had just been breached, be completely destroyed from the inside? Now that they saw the hand that reached out from the void, they naturally understood. This matter should have been kept secret. It was only for the sake of breaching the demonic faction headquarters, in order to destroy the fleshly body of the great demon god's avatar. In the end, his identity was still exposed. Palace Lord Chen said, "Since even the enemy knows of his identity, there is no need for me to hide it." Weren't you all asking, how did we discover the demon general? You all asked me just now, how did we discover the demonic faction headquarters? How did the interior of the demonic faction headquarters get destroyed? Also, who is the one who snatched the avatar of the great demon god? Palace Lord Chen nodded. He was Dongbua Shuang. The demigods of the Xia people who had long perked up their ears were all dumbfounded. The person who had made such a huge contribution was Dongbua Shuang, a saint transcendent. This was too inconceivable. Dongbua Shuang's talent is extremely high. He grasped hold of the true piercing technique and another grade, two true meaning. You all saw it for yourself. He could enter the void, causing that mysterious person to be helpless against him. Relying on this true meaning, he roamed the entire Xia people's world and found the 5 demon generals. He also discovered the demonic faction headquarters and the avatar of the great demon god. Only then did he begin his follow-up actions. Palace Lord Chen said, "His talent is truly high. He is the most talented transcendent in the history of the Xia people. I originally wanted to protect him and try my best to conceal this information. However, now that the matter of destroying the fleshly body of the great demon god's avatar has been exposed, I decided to tell everyone about it. In truth, a person who has made such a huge contribution to the Xia people should not be hiding his contributions." Everything became clear. The doubts in the hearts of the demigods of the Xia people had been completely resolved. It was no wonder that Dongbua Shuang could find the 5 demon generals and the demonic faction headquarters just 6 years after he grasped hold of a grade 2 true meaning and dealt with the demon's nest. No wonder he could enter the void. 2 grade 2 true meanings. How long had he been cultivating towards this young saint transcendent? The demigods of the Xia people could not even feel a shred of jealousy. When the gap between them was small, they might even feel jealous. But this kind of absolute talent could be said to be the most outstanding transcendent in the history of the Xia people. Instead, they felt proud and expectant. With such a peerless character in their Xia people, what would happen after a few hundred years? Palace Lord Chen, I've discovered the beast race's Elder Ao Lan, Monarch Qingyan, and a purple-haired girl. Their target is me, and they have already sealed off the surrounding world. I can't escape. Dongbua Shuang's transmission came quickly along with a map. Following that, Jingqiu, Puyangbo, Yufeng, Yuanqing, Zhangpeng, and Shidong all sent messages. Palace Lord Chen's expression changed. His eyes turned red as he let out a furious roar. Dongbua Shuang is being ambushed and assassinated by the beast race. Set off immediately. We must save Dongbua Shuang. Ambushed and assassinated? Quick, let's set off immediately. We must save him. All the demigods of the Xia people were anxious. Hong Long Long, Ding Jiu's battleship, immediately moved. The enormous battleship tore through space and rushed out of Razor Wind City. Chapter 261. Dongbua Shuang exchanged a few words with the Spider Queen and the Green Nightmare Monarch to buy some time. Soon a breath's time had passed. It's here. With a glance, Shuang could see that in midair 150 kilometers away from Razor Wind City, space had been torn apart abruptly. An enormous black battleship flew over from within. On the body of the black battleship, there were 2 unique characters representing the meaning of D9. A furious roar resounded in the world. Ao Lan, does your beast clan want to be exterminated? It's been so many years. You humans have always wanted to exterminate my beast clan, haven't you? Unfortunately, you humans don't have the strength to do so. Elder Ao Lan sneered. He seemed to have made meticulous preparations. By the time Ding Jiu's warship tore through space and arrived, he had already finished setting up the final spirit design. Hua, Elder Aolan suddenly split into two. Another doppelganger formed beside him. It was his Dermic doppelganger. Xia people, today you can just watch as the most amazing genius transcendent in the history of your Xia clan dies in front of you. Elder Aolan laughed heartily as he took a step forward and entered the 100-kilometer area isolated by the seal. His Dermic doppelganger remained outside, controlling and maintaining the huge spirit design. The layers of spirit designs were set up by the sorcerer god and the great demon god. They were extraordinary and unpredictable. Clearly, the sorcerer god and the great demon god did not expect to kill Dongbua Shueying within a breath's time. Therefore, they would rather set up more spirit designs. This time, they had made ample preparations to kill Dongbua Shueying. Attack! The palace Lord Chen's roar shook the heavens and earth. The bow of Ding Jiu's warship shot out a greenish-white pillar of lightning, which instantly darkened the sky. It became the most dazzling thing in the world, and directly struck the mighty thunder and fire spirit design. The layers of spirit designs merged together as if they were one. The dark clouds in the sky spun, and the lightning kept accumulating. After this terrifying lightning pillar struck down, more than half of its power collapsed, and a small portion of the lightning power was actually guided by the thunder fire spell formation to the black clouds in the sky, causing more and more lightning to accumulate in the black clouds. Within the 200-mile spherical space that isolated the world, only Elder Aolan, Monarch Qingyan, Spider Queen, and Dongbua Shueying were here. Dongbua Shueying, in order to deal with you, the great sorcerer god has specially given me a treasure that can seal off the world. Elder Aolan sneered. Now that this place is completely isolated from the outside world, our space is like a small, independent world. Apart from that, the great sorcerer god has paid a great price. Today, you will die without a doubt. Is that so? Dongbua Shueying continued to speak, trying to stall for time. Do it! Elder Aolan said coldly. The purple-haired woman instantly transformed into a giant spider the size of a commoner's house. The spider's entire body was black, but its 8 slender legs were purple. At this moment, the giant spider's eyes were staring coldly at Dongbua Shueying. Following that, a large number of silk threads shot out from its tail. There were a total of 16 white silk threads, each about the thickness of a finger. They were formed by tens of thousands of smaller silk threads that intertwined with each other in accordance with the profound mysteries of nature. The 16 silk threads instantly streaked across the sky, spanning over 10 miles, and enveloped Dongbua Shueying. This caused Dongbua Shueying's expression to change slightly. He definitely could not let himself be entangled by the Spider Queen's silk threads, or he would not be able to escape. Hua! Dongbua Shueying's figure distorted and instantly disappeared. He entered the mirage, and the white silk threads were unable to entangle him. Humph! Although he could only move within the 200-mile radius of the mirage, it was enough. Among the 3 of them, only Elder Aolan is a transcendent sorcerer. I have to kill him first. Dongbua Shueying immediately wanted to teleport within the mirage to Elder Aolan's side. However, as Elder Aolan shouted, a strange long sword appeared in front of him. This was a black long sword. The hilt of the sword seemed to be coiled by a venomous snake, and the body of the sword was nearly 1.5 meters long. There were faint spots of blood on the body of the sword, causing the entire long sword to emit faint cries. Pa! In Elder Aolan's left hand, a scroll emitting boundless black gas appeared. He instantly tore the scroll, and the black gas from the scroll directly flowed into the strange longsword. The strange longsword immediately emitted an incomparably terrifying pressure. The pressure instantly enveloped the 200-mile radius of the sealed world, and even the mirage was penetrated. Wang! At this moment, the entire small world faintly trembled, and even the space within it froze. Not only the real world, but even the space within the mirage was frozen, causing Dongbua Shuiying, who was attempting to teleport, to be unable to do so. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed greatly. Dongbua Shuiying, this is the great sorcerer god's sword. It has followed the sorcerer god for so many years. You should be proud to die under the sorcerer god's sword. Elder Ao Lan's voice reverberated within the sealed world. Dongbua Shuiying's heart skipped a beat. The pressure of the sorcerer god's sword was too terrifying. This was the most terrifying deity equipment he had ever seen, far surpassing those he had seen before. Perhaps even the strongest deity equipment of the Xia people, Senior Snow, might not be able to match up to this sorcerer god sword. Moreover, Elder Aolan seemed to have crushed a mysterious scroll to strengthen the sorcerer god's sword. This sorcerer god's sword has yet to be unsheathed, but it has already frozen the real world and even the mirage. Dongbua Shuiying trembled in fear. Some powerful deities were able to attack the mirage, and this sorcerer god's sword had already begun to display some of the deity's abilities. Xiao! Dongbua Shuiying immediately flew at high speed within the mirage. As he neared Elder Aolan, he immediately waved his hand and sent out 2 streams of light, which directly entered the real world. They were the Gold Man and the Green-Armored Protector. Kill Elder Aolan. Dongbua Shuiying understood that the most dangerous person was Elder Aolan. Without him, he might not even be able to control the sorcerer god's sword. One must know that a terrifying deity equipment like this had extremely high requirements for its wielder. Just like Senior Snow, only Jingqiu could use it when she became a demigod. Monarch Green Nightmare, who was standing beside Elder Aolan, coldly snorted. He held his shield with one hand and suddenly pushed it forward. Boom! The surrounding space was pushed forward like a wave. It was as if the surrounding space was being pushed forward, pressing down on the Gold Man and the Green-Armored Protector. Monarch Green Nightmare, ranked 4th on the demigod list, was also in existence who had condensed a true deity heart. His close combat ability was extremely terrifying. His main task today was to protect Elder Aolan. Chi, densely packed, white threads immediately enveloped the surroundings, including Elder Aolan's. A stream of light flew out from Elder Aolan's wrist and transformed into a cold, black-robed woman who stood beside him. She was also a deity warrior. Seeing this, Dongbua Shuiying's heart turned cold. The Spider Queen, Monarch Green Nightmare, and a deity warrior were protecting Elder Aolan at the same time? One must know that Elder Aolan cultivated the true meaning of life and had long since attained an immortal body. It was already very difficult to kill him, yet he still had 3 experts protecting him. Dongbua Shuiying, the sorcerer god saber, can attack any world. It doesn't matter if you hide in the shadows or the mirage. You won't be able to escape the sorcerer god saber. Die! Elder Aolan controlled the sorcerer god saber. With a terrifying pressure, the sorcerer god saber suppressed both the real world and the mirage. The sorcerer god saber even flew directly into the mirage. Elder Aolan also closed his eyes. He was still unable to rely on his own cultivation to enter the mirage. At this moment, his consciousness was placed on the sorcerer god's saber. With the help of the sorcerer god's saber, he could faintly sense that mysterious world. Although Elder Aolan didn't know that this was the mirage, it didn't stop him from attacking. With the help of the sorcerer god's saber, he could sense that there was an aura of life within that mysterious world. That was the aura of life belonging to Dongbua Shuiying. What kind of world is that? My power has to pass through the sorcerer god saber in order to attack the life within that world. In that world, it will be much more difficult for me to control the sorcerer god saber. I'm afraid that I can only unleash 60% of the sorcerer god's saber's power. Fortunately, this was within the expectations of the sorcerer god and the great demon god. This Dongbua Shuiying is too terrifying. How old is he? If he reaches a higher cultivation realm in the future, there's almost no hope of killing him. Elder Aolan's killing intent intensified. Die. He controlled the sorcerer god's saber and charged forward. Dongbua Shui Ying's expression changed greatly. When the mysterious sorcerer god's saber directly entered the mirage, his expression changed. He already knew that some of the more powerful demigods might be able to attack the mirage. However, when the sorcerer god's saber directly entered, he still felt pressured. Rumble! The sorcerer god's saber came crashing down. The space within the mirage was completely frozen. As it approached, an invisible force began to bind and suppress him, greatly reducing his flying speed. On the other hand, the sorcerer god's saber surface was speckled with spots of blood and faint wails. This caused Dongbua Shuiying's heart to palpitate. He even had a feeling that if he were to be touched by the sorcerer god's saber, the result would be unbearable. Chapter 262. Dongbua Shuiying's figure distorted, and he instantly entered the real world from the mirage realm. At this moment, the greenish-gray fog rushed towards Dongbua Shuiying, and Dongbua Shuiying took the initiative to meet it. In an instant, the greenish-gray fog completely enveloped Dongbua Shuiying's body, forming a thick layer of greenish-gray armor on his body. This layer of greenish-gray armor protected every part of Dongbua Shuiying's body. Even his eyes turned green. The greenish-gray armor guard was famous for its ability to protect others. It could gather and scatter like the fog, and it could also transform into a layer of armor. That was why Palace Lord Qin had sent it to protect Dongbua Shuiying. Who? The sorcerer god's saber entered the real world from the mirage realm and continued its pursuit. The distance between it and Dongbua Shuiying rapidly shortened. As the distance shortened, the suppressive force became stronger, causing Dongbua Shuiying to feel extremely uncomfortable. Gold demon, block it! Dongbua Shuiying ordered, and his figure distorted as he escaped into the mirage realm. Yes, the gold man was incomparably valiant, and he faced the sorcerer god's saber head-on. The sorcerer god's saber was as fast as lightning. Pum! In a single exchange, the gold man was struck in the chest, and he was sent flying. The difference between the two was simply too great. Although the gold man's offensive strength could be ranked in the top 3 of the demigods, the terrifying sorcerer god saber that Elder Aolan controlled could unleash strength comparable to that of a true deity, especially when Elder Aolan had crushed a precious scroll, strengthening the power of the scroll, causing the sorcerer god saber to become even more terrifying. The real world, the mirage realm, even the space around them froze. The formless energy could even directly suppress and bind the target. The gold man was defeated in a single exchange. Hee, you combat soldier, don't get in the way. Accompanied by a sinister laugh, the Spider Empress released countless silk threads that wrapped around the gold man who was flying backwards. The silk threads wrapped around the gold man, turning him into a white cocoon. The gold man struggled and roared, but he was unable to break free in an instant. Inside the ethereal extent Dongbua, Shuiying flew at a high speed, trying his best to buy time. He couldn't care less about the gold man now. Most importantly, in the mirage, other life forms couldn't really fight. In fact, other life forms wouldn't even be able to enter without him carrying it. The gold man could not fight on his own in the mirage. In the mirage, he was not even as useful as a shield. Even the green-armored guards had to transform into armor and wear it on Dongbua Shuiying's body to follow Dongbua Shuiying in the ethereal extent. Ha ha ha! Dongbua Shuiying, stop struggling! Elder Aolan's laughter echoed within the 200-li radius. The distance between the sorcerer god and Dongbua Shuiying shortened rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 meters behind him. The speed of the weapon was much faster than Dongbua Shuiying's flying speed. Change! Dongbua Shuiying's figure turned illusory. Shwa, shwa, shwa. One Dongbua Shuiying suddenly turned into 10 Dongbua Shuiyings. The 10 Dongbua Shuiyings were all wearing green-gray armor and were doing their best to escape. Interesting. There's actually another life aura, a slightly weaker one. Elder Aolan used the sorcerer god's saber to sense the mirage. Other than the original Dongbua Shuiying's aura, he could also sense another slightly weaker aura. As for the illusory figures, they couldn't fool the sorcerer god's saber at all. After grasping the true meaning of mirage, one could hide in the mirage and use the mirage doppelganger to kill the enemy without having to personally attack. Among these illusory figures, there was a mirage doppelganger. The 10 Dongbua Shuiyings were all fleeing, but the sorcerer god's saber didn't hesitate to chase after the real one. It's actually unable to fool the sorcerer god's saber. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed slightly. Immediately, the mirage doppelganger in the illusory figures took the initiative to attack. Kill. The mirage doppelganger wielded the transformed stellar fire cloud spear and blocked the sorcerer god's saber. See la! Wherever the sorcerer god's saber passed, the mirage doppelganger, including the transformed stellar fire cloud spear, were completely shattered. Even though I'm only at the first stage of the true meaning of mirage, this mirage doppelganger still has the strength of a demigod. Yet, it can't even affect its speed. Dongbua Shuiying didn't have time to escape. Thus, he dispersed the illusory figures and turned around with the stellar fire cloud spear to block the sorcerer god's saber. Break! The spear spun. Rumble, just like the rotation of the earth and stars, it blocked the sorcerer god's saber. As the spear spun, it carried a strange rhythm, trying its best to guide the sorcerer god's saber. Pum! The sorcerer god's saber and the spear clashed. Even though the spear was imbued with the true meaning of star and possessed great power, even the Gold Man, who had the combat power of the top 3 demigods, was sent flying in a single exchange, let alone the stellar fire cloud spear. Even though it wasn't a head-on clash, it was like a giant dragon running past, producing a violent gale that could send a small white rabbit flying. A spear art that didn't even have the power of a top 10 demigod couldn't affect the sorcerer god's saber at all. The sorcerer god's saber continued to pierce forward. The stellar fire cloud spear was knocked to the side. Pooh! The sorcerer god's saber stabbed into Dongbua Shuiying's chest. Chi. The green armor on the surface of his body was incomparably tough, but the sorcerer god's saber still managed to pierce through it, and its power was immediately reduced by 50%. Even a peak stage demigod could forget about breaking through this greenish-gray armor. However, the sorcerer god's saber was too powerful. After piercing through this layer of armor, its power was reduced by 50%, and it stabbed into another layer of energy. That was a tough layer of energy filled with life. Purple lightning protection. Dongbua Shuiying anxiously sensed it. In this desperate situation, he had already activated his protective ring. This ring was one of the 2 life-saving treasures that Palace Lord Qin had given him. One was the green-armored protector, and the other was the ring that the Purple Thunder Emperor had refined after he became a deity. Once activated, it would form a purple lightning protection. It was comparable to a full-force attack from the Purple Thunder Emperor. This was a full-force attack from a deity, and its power was immense. The Purple Thunder Emperor was an existence that had become a deity with a grade 3 deity heart, and his power was extremely high. Demigods would normally need the time to brew a cup of tea to exhaust this purple lightning protection. However, the attack this time was the sorcerer god's saber. Even after its power was reduced by half by the green armor, its power was still comparable to that of a deity. Pooh! The sorcerer god's saber stabbed into the purple lightning protection. Dongbua Shuiying's expression changed, and the purple lightning on the surface of his body surged. In an instant, a small portion of it was lost. I've lost less than 10% of it. However, based on the sorcerer god's saber's power, 10 or so strikes should be enough to exhaust the purple lightning protection. He actually managed to block it. Elder Aolan, who was controlling the sorcerer god's saber, could clearly sense a surge of energy blocking the sorcerer god's saber. Elder Aolon revealed a cold smile. Humph, the sorcerer god's saber is a deity weapon that was originally planned to be used. This time, with the support of the precious scroll, its power is incomparably tyrannical. I refuse to believe that the treasures on his body can block it more than a few times. Kill. Boom. 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 Within the mirage, the sorcerer god's saber's power surged. Under the pressure of the invisible energy, Dongbu Shuiying's speed became very slow. He had no way of resisting the sorcerer god's saber, and could only rely on the green armor protector and the purple lightning protection to resist it. Chi! Every strike pierced through the green armor and the purple lightning protection, continuously consuming the energy left behind by the purple Thunder Emperor. This Elder Aolon is using the sorcerer god's saber, and I can't even resist it. Dongbu Shuiying looked outside the mirage at the gold man, who had been wrapped into a white cocoon. The gold man was currently struggling, but wasn't he the same? No matter how much he struggled, the sorcerer god's saber pierced his body time and time again. The gold man's body was indestructible. At the very least, he wouldn't die. But how long could he last? Seriously, he couldn't think of a way. His direct combat ability wasn't even in the top 10 of the demigod rankings. Now that he couldn't even escape into the mirage, what else could he do? Outside Razorwind City, the towering Dingjiu's warship floated in midair. A group of demigods from the Xia people were working together to break the formation. Rumble, Jingqiu, Puyangbo, Yufeng, Yuanqing, and the others could only watch from afar. They watched nervously and expectantly. Hurry! Palace, Lord Qin bellowed. Palace, Lord Qin. Suddenly, a message was transmitted to Palace Lord Chen's communication wristband. I can't hold on much longer. This time, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this calamity. I left a message in the communication wristband of my Qi clone. If I really die, help me pass it on to my family and Jingqiu. It was a simple message, yet it contained despair and reluctance. Dongbu Shuiying, I will definitely save you. Definitely. Palace Lord Qin seemed to have gone berserk. Chapter 263. Within the Dingjiu warship, Palace Lord Qin looked at Mountain Lord He who was beside him. Mountain Lord He was using all his strength to control the entire Dingjiu warship. Mountain Lord He, Palace Lord Chen looked at Mountain Lord He. Snow Eagle can't hold on much longer. Mountain Lord He's expression changed. It was too fast, so fast that they were caught unprepared. Elder Aolon had just used the sorcerer god's saber, and Dongbu Shuiying was already at his limit? But these arrays are very hard to break. Our Xia people's demigods are already doing their best. Mountain Lord, he said anxiously, but Snow Eagle, we can't just watch him die. We can't. We have to save him at all costs. Palace, Lord Qin nodded. I've already sent over the clan protection treasure from the Infernal Palace. At the same time, I've also sent a message to that outsider. Outsider? Mountain Lord, he was startled. Him? Agree to his conditions. His realm is higher than ours, and his horizons are wider than ours. I hope that he can help us break these arrays as soon as possible. Palace Lord Qin said. No matter what, we have to protect Dongbu Shuiying. Yes, Mountain Lord, he nodded. As for Dongbu Shuiying, this young transcendent Palace Lord Qin and Mountain Lord, he both had complicated feelings. He had risen in a shocking manner. His talent was unquestionably the number one in the history of the Xia people. Other than his shocking talent, he had also done his best for the Xia people, contributing an unprecedented amount of merit just by destroying the demonic faction headquarters, destroying the physical body of the great demon god's clone. This merit was enough to overshadow all the deities in the history of the Xia people. He had done so much for the Xia people, but the Xia people were unable to do anything for this young transcendent, whether it was for Dongbu Shuiying's enormous potential, or because they felt indebted to him. They all wanted to save Dongbui Shuang. On an island in the middle of the ocean, within the flourishing city, countless mortals were living their own lives. Some were drunk and dreaming, while others were working hard for their families. They had no idea that the transcendence of the Xia people were fighting. The white-haired old man sat next to a roadside stall, eating a steaming hot steam bun that had just come out of the steamer. He looked at the bustling street next to him as people came and went. Beside him, the young attendant was also sitting at the side. He was also looking at his master with a strange expression. Was this ordinary mantu really that delicious? Even his master, who had earth-shattering strength, liked to eat it so much? The white-haired old man's gaze was calm, but there was a hint of loneliness in it. Maishan master. Suddenly a message was transmitted over. I am the Infernal Palace, head of the Xia people. Palace, Lord Chen. The lonely old man was a little surprised. Transcendent Dongbui Shuang of the Xia people is currently under siege by the Beast Clan and is in grave danger. There are layers upon layers of arrays around the area that the Xia people cannot break in a short period of time. We need your help. According to our previous agreement, if you help, the Xia people will give you all the information on Crimson Rock Mountain. Palace, Lord Chen transmitted. The lonely old man was a guest from another world. When he first descended, he had already come into contact with the Xia people and met with Palace Lord Chen. He hoped to obtain information from the Xia people regarding Crimson Rock Mountain. One must know, every generation of demigods of the Xia people was strong enough. Before they reached the end of their lifespan, the Infernal Palace head would inform them of the existence of Crimson Rock Mountain. They would go to Crimson Rock Mountain and fight for their lives. Before entering Crimson Rock Mountain, the demigods of the Xia people would leave their Qi doppelgangers, magic doppelgangers, outside before entering Crimson Rock Mountain with their true bodies. After entering Crimson Rock Mountain, it was filled with dangers of death. Those who were weak would probably die the moment they entered. Every generation, 2 or 3 would enter. Normally, they would be at the level of Mountain Lord He, Sikongyang, or Chao Qing. Chao Qing had also condensed a true deity heart, which was why his strength had reached the threshold that the Xia people recognized. Over 1,000,000 years, every 3,000 years was a generation. Every generation, there would be people who entered. While they were adventuring, their Qi doppelgangers, magic doppelgangers, in the outside world would simultaneously record a large amount of information. Thus, the Xia people had also recorded a large amount of information regarding Crimson Rock Mountain. This was something that the lonely old man, the Maishan master, really wanted to obtain. However, the Xia people viewed it as a treasure. How could they easily give it to a guest from another world? The Maishan master was very strong. However, if the Xia people were truly angered, they could mobilize the strength of their entire race and their clan's protection treasure. The Maishan master would have a headache. Thus, both sides had always lived in harmony. Information on Crimson Rock Mountain. The lonely old man's eyes lit up. This Dongbui Shuang, where is he? This is the address. Palace, Lord Chen immediately sent over a map. Come quickly. Dongbui Shuang can't hold on much longer. Wait for me here. The lonely old man stood up. His figure distorted. Space was like water as he directly drilled into the water and disappeared. A few seconds later, outside Razor Wind City, the enormous Ding Jiu battleship floated in the air. The demigods of the Xia people were all in the air, working together to break the array. In the depths of the array, Elder Ao Lan's magic doppelganger stood there coldly. The space rippled like water, and the lonely old man appeared out of nowhere. So fast! Within the Ding Jiu battleship, Palace, Lord Chen, and Mountain Lord He were both speechless. They had just invited this guest from another world over, and he had already arrived? According to what they knew, this guest from another world usually lived in a county city on an island in the ocean. Such a long distance, and such speed was even faster than tearing through space. Meishin Master. Palace Lord Chen immediately left the Dingzhou battleship and came to the side of the lonely old man. At this time, the other demigods of the Xia people also noticed this unfamiliar demigod. But since Palace Lord Chen had appeared, they did not question him. What a powerful array! The desolate old man was looking at the layers of spirit designs. Wherever his gaze passed, ripples would appear in the space as he carefully observed each and every spirit design. Thunder and fire were vast and mighty. High up in the sky, black clouds were constantly accumulating lightning. How is it? Palace Lord Chen asked anxiously, sealing and isolating the world. The lonely old man looked from afar and transmitted. In order to kill Dongbu Shuang, you actually used such a precious treasure to seal and isolate the world? This is the method of a god. Your Xia people, this Dongbu Shuang is truly amazing. Of the four inside, Elder Aolan and Monarch Qinyan are ranked 3rd and 4th on the demigod list, right? The one beside them is the Spider Queen from your records. And there's also a deity warrior. So many experts, so many treasures, arrays, all to deal with a young transcendent. At this time, he had also guessed that this Dongbu Shuang was most likely the expert he had discovered walking in the mirage. I'm asking if you can break the array? Palace Lord Qin transmitted anxiously. I'm thinking, don't be anxious. The lonely old man thought for a full 10 seconds before transmitting. I can only do my best to help you. I estimate that with the strength of your Xia people and me, it will take the time to brew a cup of tea. The time to brew a cup of tea? Palace Lord Chen's expression changed. This guest from another world was indeed helpful, but it would take too long. Once Elder Aolan made his move, Dongbu Shuang would not be able to hold on for much longer. The time to brew a cup of tea? Do you need me to help? The lonely old man asked. If you need me to help, give me the information now. If you don't want me to help, I'll leave now. He was used to seeing life and death. Countless people had died, including his close friends and loved ones. To this Dongbu Shuang, who he had never met before, he did not care if he lived or died. Yes, Palace Lord Chen gritted his teeth and transmitted, you must do your best. If you don't do your best, the Xia people will not let you off. The lonely old man smiled. Now that I've received the information, I will naturally do my best. Although he could not do anything to the Xia people, he was still confident that he could protect himself. However, the threat from Palace Lord Qin made him feel that the Xia people valued this Dongbu Shuang. Within the sealed and isolated world of 200 kilometers, within the mirage, no matter how hard Dongbu Shuang tried to escape, he could not escape from the sorcerer god's sword. He could only endure it passively and resist it head-on. He was still struggling with all his might, like a pitiful bug struggling in a spider's web. Chapter 264. Dongbu Shuang was not afraid of death. Ever since he was young, he had been ruthless to himself. For his little brother, he dared to enter the mountain range of desolation to fight against the beasts. His temperament had been formed since he was young, and now his heart was as sharp as a blade. He was decisive and even more ruthless to himself. Even in the face of despair, he remained calm and never gave up. He was still desperately searching for a chance of survival. However, he also understood that he would not be able to escape this calamity this time. His parents still had his little brother to take care of, and his little brother was already very mature. Thus, Dongbu Shuang was not too worried. Instead, he felt that he owed Jingqiu the most. Jingqiu had always been by his side. From the Scarlet Cloud mountain world to the Snorrock Castle, the two of them did not fight fiercely, but they knew each other very well. They did not even need to speak. They could understand each other's thoughts just by looking at each other's eyes. However, he had not given Jingqiu a proper status. In the past, he was not anxious at all, as the two of them were too young among transcendents. Jingqiu, I'm sorry. Dongbua Shui, Ing murmured. However, it's not that easy to kill me, Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes were filled with madness. His life was burning as he held onto the stellar fire cloud spear with both hands, trying his best to block the attack. With a turn of the spear, it was like the rotation of the stars. Defeated, the spear was as fast as lightning. Extreme piercing blocked the attack. However, the sorcerer god saber was majestic and unstoppable. Even though Dongbua Shuiying's spear techniques were faintly improving, it was useless. Even if his extreme piercing, true meaning of star, and true meaning of mirage were all at the peak of the first stage, he was still powerless against the sorcerer god saber. The disparity between the two was too great. Pooh! The sorcerer god saber was tyrannical. It forcefully pierced through the green armor and pierced the protective layer of water, causing the protective layer to weaken. This protective item has been depleted by more than half. Dongbua Shuiying thought to himself. The purple lightning protection had long since been exhausted. Fortunately, he had obtained countless treasures from the demonic faction headquarters when he killed High Priest Xian. He had once told the palace Lord Qin that they would decide on the distribution of the treasures after this. However, he did not expect that he would be ambushed not long after sending Puyangbo back. The treasures of the demonic faction headquarters that could be destroyed had long since been destroyed. There were also unusable divine artifacts, a large number of demigod artifacts, saint-rank weapons, and other special treasures. For example, powerful formation tools that could be used once, similar to the purple lightning protection. Because if it could be destroyed, High Priest Xian had already destroyed it. Even though Shuiying had obtained the entire treasure cove, he could only find 6 protective treasures that he could use. Only 6? The purple lightning protection barely lasted for 10 seconds. Controlling the sorcerer god saber in the Mirage realm was rather taxing on Elder Aolon. The purple lightning protection only lasted for 10 seconds. How long could 6 of them last? From Dongbua Shuiying's investigations, these 6 treasures were not much better than the purple lightning protection. Some were stronger, while others were weaker. Snow Eagle, you must hold on. We need the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. In that time, we will definitely break the formation and save you. We will also do our best to speed it up. You must hold on. Palace Lord Chen's message was transmitted to the Qi doppelganger. The time it takes to brew a cup of tea? Dongbua Shuiying gritted his teeth. In the past, he felt that the time it took to brew a cup of tea was very short. But now, every second was unbearable. The time it takes to brew a cup of tea? If he used all these protective treasures, he wouldn't even be able to hold on for half that amount of time. Dongbua Shuiying is approaching us. Through the sorcerer god saber, Elder Aolon could sense Dongbua Shuiying's position. He discovered that while Dongbua Shuiying was being attacked, he was also approaching them from the Mirage realm. Keep your distance from him. He is currently at his most insane state. Elder Aolon transmitted. He is being suppressed by the sorcerer god saber, so his flying speed is slower than ours. As long as we maintain our flight, he will never be able to catch up to us. Elder Aolon, Monarch Qingyan, the Spider Queen, and the cold, black-clothed woman all maintained their distance. Who? Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere, and a black bottle flew out. The stopper was already removed, and a surging black flame flew out of the black bottle. This black flame brought with it a terrifying coldness as it frantically spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the black flame had filled an area of 200 li. This is the devil flame of the abyss. Elder Aolon frowned. Trash from the demonic faction. Not only are they of no help, they even sent the treasure into the hands of the Xia people. Monarch Qingyan coldly snorted. This devil flame was not deliberately controlled, and its power is spread out over 200 li. I alone can block it. If it was controlled by an expert who cultivates in dark magic, its power would be much greater. I'm afraid we would have to hide inside the flying ship. Monarch Qin Yen stood there, his transcendent qi surging like a surging wave. It spread in all directions, completely protecting an area of 100 meters. The black flame was unable to penetrate it. Through the mirage, Dongbua Shui Ying watched Elder Aolan and the others easily block the devil flame. Dongbua Shui Ying frowned. He did not cultivate in dark magic, so he could only open the stopper and release the flame. He was unable to control it, so there was nothing he could do even if the monarch Qin Yen blocked it. It's a pity that among the treasures I obtained from the demonic faction headquarters, this is the only offensive treasure. Dongbua Shui Ying inwardly shook his head. He also understood that some of the more powerful offensive treasures were most likely spell scrolls that were easier to refine. Moreover, spell scrolls were the easiest to destroy, and even if there really was a spell scroll, Dongbua Shui Ying was not a transcendent mage, so there was no way he could use it. The Sorcerer God Sword is tyrannical and unstoppable. Comparatively speaking, Elder Aolan and the others are slightly weaker. Even so, the four of them are not people I can deal with. Moreover, even if Elder Aolan and the others kill me, they will still think of a way to escape from the pursuit of the demigods of the Xiao people. Therefore, killing Elder Aolan and the others is simply unrealistic. Dongbua Shui Ying also understood that it would be a waste not to throw away the bottle of Abyss Devil Flame. If he were to die, wouldn't the treasure fall into the hands of Elder Aolan and the others? Throwing it away might have some effect. Boom, boom, boom. The Sorcerer God's sword carried a majestic might as it attacked again and again. Time passed second by second. Dongbua Shui Ying relied on the green armor and the protective treasure left behind by the demonic faction headquarters to barely hold on. The protective treasure won't last long. Soon, I will have to rely on my demigod robe. Dongbua Shui Ying thought, I need to change to a better one. His current protective robe was exchanged with contribution points from the Water Taoist faction. It was a mid-grade demigod rank Waterfire Cloud robe. It was considered very ordinary among demigod rank robes. Back when he was eradicating the demon lair, he killed a rank 5 black-clothed demon. That demigod robe could completely protect every part of his body, and its might was slightly better than the Waterfire Cloud robe. However, the Stellar Fire Cloud spear still managed to pierce a large hole in it, causing it to break. Top-grade demigod rank robe armor. Dongbua Shui Ying immediately sifted through the treasures and obtained the entire treasury. These demigod rank equipment were the hardest to damage, so almost all of them fell into Dongbua Shui Ying's hands. There was a huge pile of top-grade demigod rank equipment, although, even if he wore the top-grade demigod rank armor, it would be hard for him to escape death in front of the Sorcerer God Sword. If he could increase his chances of survival, then he would work hard. With a thought, Dongbua Shui Ying retracted the Waterfire Cloud robe, and a new robe appeared on his skin. This was a purplish gold robe, and it could completely protect every single vital part of his body. Snow Eagle. Suddenly, a ripple entered Dongbua Shui Ying's mind. Senior warrior. Dongbua Shui Ying immediately understood that the green-armored protector was communicating with him. If you want to change into a demigod rank robe, I have to remind you, this kind of fully enclosed demigod rank robe is very soft. Its defense can be pierced through, but against a terrifying attack, this demigod rank robe's effect is very weak. I'm afraid it can only reduce the impact by 10% to 20%. The green-armored protector transmitted his voice. The Sorcerer God's sword is the Sorcerer God's personal sword. It is much more terrifying than ordinary god rank equipment. Even though it has been weakened multiple times, it might not be able to pierce through your demigod rank robe, but the force of impact it contains will probably instantly shatter your body, and it will even shatter your body into particles. Dongbua Shui Ying's expression changed. That's right. He understood this point, But at the very least, this demigod rank robe was much stronger than his waterfire cloud robe. Do I need to change to a fixed armor? Dongbua Shui Ing transmitted his voice. Demigod rank armors were usually forged using precious materials. They were extremely tough, and their shape was fixed. At most, they could change their size slightly. Their defense was extremely strong, but most armors had many gaps, and some even exposed the throat and face. It was impossible to protect every single part of the body. A fixed armor might be able to reduce 70% to 80% of the impact. But if it doesn't protect every single part of your body, the sorcerer god's sword might be able to kill you in an instant. If you wear these two types of armors, you will definitely die. The green-armored protector transmitted his voice. Other than these two main types of demigod rank robes, there are some special ones. Protect every single part of the body. Protect every single part of the body. These two types were the most common ones. Special ones? Yes. You need to find something that can reduce the impact, but it must also be completely enclosed. The green-armored protector transmitted his voice. In the deity world, I've seen all kinds of plant-type armors. Take a look and see if there are any in the demonic faction headquarters demonic artifact storehouse. If you can find it, you might have a chance to live. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Chapter 265 that although there was a huge pile of demigod rank armors and robes, Dongbua Shuiying's filtering speed was extremely fast. It only took him 3 seconds to filter through all of them. Finally, a special set of armor was selected by Dongbua Shuiying. This was a set of golden armor, and there were no runes on the surface of the armor. Refine. In an instant, his transcendent Do Chi was refined. The robes were put away and replaced with this golden armor. This golden armor was like flowing metal. It flowed along Dongbua Shuiying's skin, instantly covering every inch of Dongbua Shuiying's body. This flowing metal and his skin had completely fused into one. Even Dongbua Shuiying's pupils were covered in a layer of gold, turning them into golden pupils. The demonic faction headquarters actually has a set of flowing metal armor. This is great. The green-armored guard was also excited. The demonic faction, which had been deeply rooted in the world of the Xia people for a long time, was truly extraordinary to be able to find such a rare set of armor. I never thought that the demonic faction headquarters would actually have such a treasure. Perhaps there's hope for me to escape today. Dongbua Shuiying was also excited. There was hope for him to escape today. 1 second passed after another. The flowing light barrier around Dongbua Shuiying's body continuously weakened under the attacks of the sorcerer god's saber that penetrated the green armor. This is the last one. Dongbua Shuiying's heart was filled with nervousness. His protective ring, as well as the 6 protective items he had found in the demon faction's treasury, had all been used up. Without a sound, the flowing light completely dissipated. It's coming. Dongbua Shuiying stared at the sorcerer god's saber that was about to attack him again. The sorcerer god's saber produced an invisible force that suppressed his body, causing Dongbua Shuiying's movement speed to decrease by a lot. Although the stellar fire cloud spear did not have much effect, Dongbua Shuiying still made another move. Every bit of interference he could get from the sorcerer god's saber was a sliver better, bringing him closer to survival. I must resist. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes were filled with an intense desire to live. Boom! The sorcerer god's sword, with the power of a divine soul, once again knocked away the stellar fire cloud spear and pierced through the green armor. The divine world warrior's green armor had weakened the sorcerer god's sword by 50%, but the remaining power of the sorcerer god's sword, although it had been greatly weakened, it still reached the threshold of the god realm. Even the purple lightning protective wall had only withstood 16 sword strikes. Could this peak demigod armor from the demonic faction's treasury, the precious flowing gold armor, withstand it? Chi! With great difficulty, the sorcerer god's sword forcefully pierced through the flowing gold armor. What was a flowing gold armor? It was flowing by itself. Just like cutting water with a knife, the water would flow even more. It didn't matter if it was pierced, as long as it wasn't pierced through. The flowing gold armor was also doing its best to squeeze out this foreign object. The power of the sorcerer god's sword was rapidly weakening as it pierced into the armor. However, the flowing gold armor was still a thin layer. Chi. The sorcerer god's sword had completely pierced through the armor and into Dongbua Shui Ying's body. In the distant sky above Razor Wind City, Jing Qiu, Pu Yangbo, Yuan Qing, Yu Feng, Zhang Peng, and Xidong were watching from afar. They were too weak to help. Junior apprentice Sister Yu, junior apprentice Brother Snow Eagle will definitely be fine. His combat power is formidable, so the Xia people must have long given him a protective treasure. The Beast Clan can't possibly kill him, Zhang Peng said. Yu Feng and the others were secretly anxious. Ever since the news of Dongbua Shui Ying eradicating 5 demon lairs and grasping a grade 2 true meaning was made public, they could guess that the Xia people must have given Dongbua Shui Ying a protective treasure. Could it be that the Beast Clan didn't know about this? Grand Elder Ao Lan, Monarch Qingyan, and the mysterious purple-haired woman had worked together. Now, they had even set up layers of arrays to defend against the attacks of the transcendence of the Xia people, all for the sake of killing Dongbua Shui Ying. How could the Beast Clan's preparations not be sufficient? Everyone understood this point, just that no one was willing to expose it. Senior apprentice Brother Snow Eagle will definitely be fine. Jing Qiu raised her head and looked into the distance. He will definitely be fine. He hasn't married me yet. Ai. Pu Yangbo gritted his teeth as he looked into the distance. He hated himself for not being strong enough. Senior apprentice Brother Snow Eagle, Yuan Qing muttered as he looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with tears. Within the layers of arrays, within the 100-kilometer space, the abyss devil flame had already dissipated. This Dongbua Shui Ying actually managed to block the sorcerer god's saber for so long? Damn it, if he was in the real world, I would have killed him long ago. Elder Ao Lan thought. After the sorcerer god's saber entered the mirage, the difficulty of controlling it had increased. He could only unleash 60% of its power. Thus, from the start until now, Dongbua Shui Ying had been attacked by the sorcerer god's saber time and time again. In reality, he had only unleashed 60% of the saber's power. After being weakened by half by the green armor, the remaining 30% of the sorcerer god's saber's power was only 30%. Even 30% was enough to reach the threshold of the god realm. This Xia people are crazy, completely crazy. They are willing to pay any price. Elder Ao Lan looked outside and saw the wild and ferocious Xikong Yang. Xikong Yang's entire body was emitting dazzling flames like a sun. He was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. He was ferociously breaking through the arrays. He has even taken out the clan's 9 dragon fire deity armor. Grand Elder, the Xia people are breaking through the arrays much faster than before. They have already broken through 3 of the 12 arrays. The Spider Queen said anxiously, "Have they not killed Dongbua Shui Ying yet? Once the 12 formations are broken, we'll have to escape. He is just a transcendent saint. I don't believe he can hold on for long with the help of an external object." Elder Ao Lan's face lit up. He could clearly feel the sorcerer god's saber. The sorcerer god's saber pierced forward. Although its power was continuously weakening, it still managed to pierce through flesh and blood. Success! Elder Ao Lan revealed an ecstatic expression. Success? Monarch Qingyan, the Spider Queen, and the black-robed woman all looked over. The sorcerer god's saber has pierced through Dongbua Shui Ying's body. Elder Ao Lan revealed an excited expression. As long as it hits, he will definitely die. Within the mirage. Within the mirage, Dongbua Shui Ing only had one enemy, and that was the sorcerer god Saber. The sorcerer god Saber was too fast. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, it actually happened in an instant. Shua! It pierced through the green armored guardian and the flowing gold armor. Although his body was pierced, Dongbua Shui Ing still heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, its power has been exhausted. The remaining power cannot destroy my body. Within the mirage, the sorcerer god Saber only had 60% of its power. The green armored guardian was weakened by half. The flowing gold armor had almost completely blocked it. It was only a little bit away. Xiao! As the sorcerer god's saber pierced through flesh and blood, it was swiftly pulled out. This. Dongbua Shui Ing, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly paled. A mysterious poison instantly spread throughout his entire body from the sorcerer god's saber. It even began to seep into his Dantian's qi-si. One must know that the Dantian's qi-si was invisible to the naked eye. Normally, even if one's body was destroyed, the Dantian's qi-si would not be destroyed. However, this mysterious poison easily seeped into his body. The transcendent qi in his Dantian's qi-si surged violently as it instinctively tried to resist. However, it was useless. The mysterious poison continued to seep into his body. However, this was not fatal. The most fatal thing was that this mysterious poison was frantically seeping into every bone and muscle cell in his body. It had even invaded the most basic particles of his body. Wang, Dongbua Shui Ing's head was instantly corroded. His eyes and brain were instantly destroyed. Ah! An unprecedented pain caused his soul to tremble. At his current state, even if his head was destroyed, his soul would not be affected. However, the pain brought about by this mysterious poison was too terrifying. Dongbua Shui Ing was in so much pain that he almost lost consciousness. I must stay conscious. I must hold on. I must hold on. Once he lost consciousness, the flowing gold armor without transcendent qi would not be able to unleash such miraculous power. More importantly, once he lost consciousness, he would be able to leave the mirage realm and enter the real world. I must stay conscious. Dongbua Shui Ing roared in anger. His soul was roaring in rage. The mysterious poison had also seeped into his body. Dongbua Shui Ing tried to repel it, but it was impossible for him to repel it. He could feel the mysterious poison, but he could not repel it. It had seeped into every part of his body. Only his soul was not affected. However, he was still enduring a terrifying pain. This pain was something that even Dongbua Shui Ing did not dare to imagine. However, he still had to maintain a trace of consciousness. It's destroying my body. After the mysterious poison seeped into every single particle of his body, the particles started to be damaged. Dongbua Shui Ing immediately used his life force to allow the particles to recover. I must hold on. This mysterious poison is terrifying, but it's destroying the particles at a much slower rate. When an expert attacked, the power of a single move would be able to shatter the particles of his body. Even the life force of the undying body would not be able to withstand it. However, this mysterious poison was slowly seeping into his body. As it seeped into his body, it was also destroying the particles at a much slower rate. Stay conscious, stay conscious. With my undying body's recovery speed, I will be able to keep up with the speed of its destruction. Dongbua Shui Ing gritted his teeth. The undying body could also recover his life force. Only by destroying his entire body in a short period of time would he be able to deplete his life force rapidly. As for the destructive power of the poison, the undying body was more than enough to withstand it. As long as I stay conscious, I will be able to live until the Xia people arrive. Wake up! Dongbua Shui Ing was in extreme pain. His soul was roaring in anger, trying his best to hold on. At this moment, he still did not know how terrifying was this mysterious poison. Chapter 266. Elder Aolon was extremely confident. As long as it hits him, he will definitely die. Elder Aolan said, "This Dongbua Shueing is a human and a saint tier transcendent at that. He probably hasn't achieved an undying body. Once the sorcerer god's saber hits him, the terrifying sorcerer god's poison will engulf his entire body. His brain will also start to crack and he will, Elder Aolan's expression changed. Through the sorcerer god's saber in the mirage, he could sense that although Dongbua Shueying's aura was chaotic, it still existed. He's not dead yet? Elder Aolan couldn't believe it. That's the sorcerer god's poison. The mighty sorcerer god is most proficient in poison. Even if it's just a trace of it on his sword, it's enough to kill him. Could it be that he has an undying body? Monarch Qing Yen said, "According to our intelligence, he awakened his primordial bloodline when he was immortal. Perhaps he has cultivated an undying body? He has 1,000,000 kilograms of origin stones to cultivate." Elder Aolan couldn't believe it. Even if he has an undying body, it's useless. Elder Aolan's eyes were filled with a vicious glint. This is the sorcerer god's poison. It seems that the previous strike did not contain enough poison. If we let more poison into his body, he will die even faster. Logically speaking, if an ordinary demigod is struck by the saber, the pain alone would be enough to make them lose consciousness. Yet this Dongbua Shueing is still resisting? His willpower is strong enough, as expected of the most talented transcendent of the Xia people. But killing a transcendent like this is even more satisfying. In the mirage, the sorcerer god's saber attacked, once again. Under the terrifying pain, Dongbua Shueying's soul trembled. He tried his best to stay awake, but he could no longer wield the stellar fire cloud spear. The mysterious poison seeped into every particle of his body, gradually destroying it while the particles naturally recovered. Thus, Shueying's entire body could remain intact. His body had not truly shattered. Boom! The sorcerer god's sword pierced through the green armored guardian and the flowing gold armor. Its power had been greatly weakened, but it still managed to pierce into Dong Bo Shueying's body. Another wave of cold energy seeped into Dong Bo Shueying's body. It was the mysterious poison. Instantly, the concentration of the mysterious poison in Dong Bo Shueying's body increased, and the corrosive effect on every part of his body increased. The pain that was transmitted to his soul also intensified. Dongbua Shueying tried his best to stay awake. He was not afraid of the pain, but not good. The poison is starting to corrode my body faster. Dongbua Shueying said anxiously. Boom, boom, boom. After 7 stabs, the concentration of the mysterious poison in Dongbua Shueying's body had reached a peak. No matter how many times he stabbed Dongbua Shueying, it would not increase anymore. But at this point, the damage caused by the poison was extremely fast. Dongbua Shueying's immortal body could no longer keep up with the rate of recovery. He could only exhaust the life force hidden within his body. I must hold on. As long as I can hold on until the array breaks and see the palace, Lord Chen, and the rest, I will be able to live. Dongbua Shueying's soul trembled. His soul was looking outside at the layers of arrays being attacked. He was waiting. He believed that with the foundation of the Xia people, as long as he could make it out alive, he would definitely be able to survive. Elder Aolan's expression was extremely ugly. How is it, Grand Elder? Is Dongbua Shueying dead? Monarch Qing Yen and the Spider Queen were extremely anxious. Their mission this time was to kill Dongbua Shueying. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. The sorcerer god's poison in his body has already reached a peak. It is impossible to neutralize it, Grand Elder Aolan said confidently. But how could he resist such a concentrated sorcerer god's poison and still maintain his consciousness? The sorcerer god told me before that 99 out of 100 demigods would collapse and lose consciousness. How could he still maintain his consciousness? He was very clear about how powerful the sorcerer god was. Why was the sorcerer god called the sorcerer god? It was because he was most famous for his voodoo poisons that he was known as the sorcerer god. Even the voodoo poison on his sword was extremely terrifying. Boom boom, 8 of the arrays outside had already been broken. Open for me! Si Kongyang was dazzling and incomparably crazy. Break! The desolate old man stood by the side, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Rumble, the 9th array had been broken. Time passed second by second. The 10th array had been broken. He's not dead yet. Monarch Qing Yen asked anxiously. This he has an undying body. His life force is extremely strong. Elder Ao Lan was somewhat embarrassed. I didn't expect a human, a saint transcendent, to be able to cultivate an undying body. Even if he had awakened his primordial bloodline, he would need more than 1,000,000 kilograms of origin stones. Where did he get so many origin stones? But don't worry, even if he has an undying body, he will still die from the sorcerer god's poison. It's just a matter of time. With his undying body, he can only hold on for a while longer. He could only watch helplessly. Only the sorcerer god's sword could enter the Mirage realm. They could not. The 11th array is about to be broken, the Spider Queen said in a low voice. Get ready. Once the 12th array is broken, we will leave immediately. Ding Jiu's battleship surged mightily. The demigods of the Xia people worked together to attack with all their might. They had used up a total of 5 precious deity grade scrolls. These scrolls also needed to be used at the right time and at the right moment. Otherwise, the efficiency of a frontal attack would be too low. I will lure the black clouds and lightning to descend. Then we will break it in one fell swoop. The desolate old man, the Maishan master, was doing his best. He had indeed played a big role in breaking the array. Of course, more importantly, the Xia people had spared no expense. As a result, they were able to break the array in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The Maishan master stretched out his hands and flicked his 10 fingers. Without the interference of the other 11 arrays, the space around the final dark cloud of lightning began to distort. The balance of the dark cloud was quickly broken. Kaboom! Countless bolts of lightning suddenly exploded, blasting in all directions. Some of the lightning was also guided into the array by Elder Ao Lan's magic clone. Attack! Ding Jiu's battleship charged at the forefront. The demigods of the Xia people followed closely behind. Rumble, amidst the earth-shattering rumble, the final array was completely destroyed. Let's go! Even though there was still a world isolated by the seal, it was mainly isolated by the seal. It could obstruct Shuang, but it was impossible for it to obstruct the entire Xia clan's frenzied assault. Furthermore, Elder Ao Lan and the rest had to bring the treasure that sealed the world with them. It was too valuable, comparable to the sorcerer god's saber. A dark green flying ship appeared out of thin air. With a thought, Elder Ao Lan retrieved the sorcerer god's saber from the mirage. He kept it and followed them into the dark green flying ship. Swish! The dark green flying ship's speed soared, reaching a terrifying speed of 300 kilometers per second. As it escaped, the sealed world around it disappeared. Ding Jiu's battleship charged into the 200-kilometer radius. Palace Lord Qin, Si Kongyang, Chi Bai, Chao Qing, City Lord Bu, Grand Elder Palace Head, Gong Yu, and many other demigods of the Xia people arrived. Even the demigods of the Temple of the Earth God and the Bloodshed Tavern had arrived. The Maishan master was among the large group of Xia people demigods. Where is he? Where is the snow eagle? They all looked at him. Hua! A figure appeared out of thin air. It was a figure clad in thick green armor. The green armor instantly turned into mist and gathered at the side, forming a green-armored guard. As for Dongbua Shuang, his golden armor clung to his entire body. Even his face and eyes were golden. At this moment, Dongbua Shueing was like a golden statue. He's here. The corners of Dongbua Shueing's mouth curled up slightly as he forced a smile. He looked into the distance, at the group of figures in midair. More accurately, he saw a beautiful lady in a deep blue robe. He was looking at the figure that he wanted to see the most. Follow! Dongbua Shueing, who had been relying on his insane determination to hold on until now, relaxed. Instantly, an earth-shattering pain engulfed him, causing him to lose consciousness. Like a metal statue, Dongbua Shueing fell from the sky. Snow Eagle, Palace Lord Chen, Si Kongyang, Chao Qing, and the rest of the demigods of the Xia people all had a drastic change in their expressions as they rushed forward. Chapter 267. The green-armored guard immediately hugged Dongbua Shueing. Xiao, his figure flashed, and he landed on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the ground was completely flattened. Only then did he put down the golden statue-like Dongbua Shueing. In the air, Si Kongyang, Palace Lord Chen, and Mountain Lord he also followed suit and landed. Hurry and save him. He won't be able to hold on for much longer. The green-armored guard anxiously said, "We can't delay any longer." He Yuan, come over and take a look. Palace Lord Chen looked at Mountain Lord he beside him. Amen. Mountain Lord he lightly nodded. With a solemn expression, he looked at the golden statue-like Dongbua Shueing lying in front of him. His brows furrowed. His entire body was covered in armor, so how could he check? Even his magic power couldn't penetrate it. Open his mouth. Mountain Lord he looked at the green-armored guard. The green-armored guard immediately stretched out his hand and opened Dongbua Shueing's mouth. It was very easy to open it. During battle, the flowing gold armor protected every part of his body, including his ears and lips. The flowing gold armor was completely sealed. However, after Elder Aolan and the others escaped, Dongbua Shueing also wanted to speak after leaving the Mirage. Naturally, the flowing gold armor on his lips had disappeared. Unexpectedly, when he saw Jing Qiu's figure from afar, his mental state relaxed a little, and he completely fainted. He didn't even have the time to say anything to Palace, Lord Chen, and the others. Snow Eagle, he has been poisoned by the sorcerer god Saber. Mountain Lord he, you must be careful when checking, the green-armored guard hurriedly said. Don't worry. Retreat to the side. Mountain Lord, he ordered. When he heard about the sorcerer god's Saber's poison, his heart tightened. Although he didn't know what the sorcerer god Saber was, from its name he could vaguely guess that it was related to the sorcerer god. Previously, when Mountain Lord he ordered the green-armored guard to open Dongbua Shueing's mouth, it was only to confirm that Dongbua Shueing's mouth wasn't sealed by the armor. If it wasn't sealed, things would be simple. Although his lips were closed, there was still a very small gap. His psyche manipulated a strand of arcane energy to flow through the gap between his lips and into Dongbua Shueing's body. It then started to seep into Dongbua Shueing's muscles and bones, wanting to take a closer look. But just as it seeped in, it was evil and ruthless. It seeped into the deepest parts of one's muscles, bones, and even into the particle level. Fortunately, magic power and Do Qi were the same. They were not affected by the poison, so Mountain Lord he could still examine it. But at the same time, magic power and Do Qi were also unable to expel or resist the poison. What poison is this? Mountain Lord, he was completely shocked. It has completely permeated into every part of the Snow Eagle's body. Even his Dantian Qi, Si, has been completely permeated. It is as though it has become a symbiotic body of the Snow Eagle. At the particle level, it has completely fused with the Snow Eagle. There is no way to expel it. Every particle in his body was permeated with the mysterious poison. Unless it is strong enough to dissect and control the particles, shatter them, expel the poison, and allow the intact particles to fuse back together? Mountain Lord, he shook his head. His expression was extremely ugly. Particles were known to be the smallest structure. To carry out such a deep division of a particle was beyond his imagination. This was definitely the domain of gods. A large group of demigods from the Xia people were gathered here. They were all looking at Mountain Lord He, who was currently investigating. When they saw Mountain Lord He furrowing his brows and his ugly expression, their hearts sank. I have no other way. Mountain Lord He's voice was somewhat hoarse. He really wanted to save Dongbua Shuang. No other way. The many demigods from the Xia people were stunned. This palace, Lord Qin was anxious. His gaze swept across the large group of demigods from the Xia people. Very quickly, his gaze landed on the lonely old man in the corner. This lonely old man was a guest from another world. His strength was indeed above any of the demigods from the Xia people. He was also very knowledgeable. Previously, he had played a huge role in breaking their ray. Meishan Master, please come and give it a try, Palace Lord Qin said. All right. The lonely old man did not mention any conditions. His strand of transcendent qi immediately seeped into Dongbua Shuiying's mouth. After examining it, he shook his head slightly. The reason why he did not mention any conditions was because he guessed that he would not be able to do anything. The truth was pretty much the same as what he had predicted. This sorcerer god's saber should have been the sorcerer god's saber for a long time. The lonely old man shook his head. This is already beyond the capabilities of us transcendents. If you want to save this Dongbua Shuiying, you better beg the ancestors of the Xia people. That's right, this terrifying poison from the sorcerer god saber is constantly destroying Dongbua Shuiying's body. Fortunately, he has already cultivated the undying body. His body's life force is constantly protecting his body. However, this is also consuming his life force. Once his life force is depleted, he will die. Thus, you have to hurry. If my guess is correct, Dongbua Shuiying's undying body can only last for 2 hours at most. What? 2 hours? Hurry, hurry, hurry. The demigods from the Xia people were shocked. Return to the infernal palace. Palace, Lord Qin immediately ordered. The green-armored guard immediately carried Dongbua Shuiying. Hua, hua, hua. One by one, they quickly entered the gigantic Ding Jiu battleship. Brother, Eternal Wind, bring me along. Beside the demigods from the Xia people, there were already other transcendents. They were Jing Qiu, Puyang Bo, and the rest. Previously, Jing Qiu did not dare to make a sound and could only silently watch from the back. However, when she heard the conversation between Mountain Lord He and the Meishan Master, her eyes instantly turned red. Looking at the metallic, statue-like Dongbua Shuiying lying on the ground, she felt her heart ache. That dazzling transcendent who seemed to be able to solve any problem. But now his life was in danger. Let's go. Master Gongyu, who was beside her, sighed and brought Jing Qiu up to the sky. You guys don't need to go. It's useless even if you go. If there's any news, I will inform you. Qi Qiu Bai looked towards Puyang Bo, Yu Feng, Yuan Qing, and the rest. Hoo! Very quickly, Ding Jiu's battleship tore through space and disappeared from the sky outside Razor Wind City. Dongbua, you saved my life before, but now you. Puyang Bo looked towards the direction Ding Jiu's battleship had left. Snow Eagle will definitely be fine. If the ancestors of the Xia people were to take action, they would definitely be able to save Snow Eagle's life, Yufeng said. Many of the ancestors of the Xia people have great methods. He will definitely be fine. They were all looking forward to it. At this moment, the lonely old man lightly shook his head and sighed to himself. Save? There is a group of ancestors of the Xia people who have become deities. However, according to what I know, although some of them are already very strong, however, those who have truly reached the level of world deities who can guide the souls of their believers to reincarnate and reconstruct their fleshly bodies, there's not a single one. After all, it is only the ancestors of the deities of a mortal world. How could it be so easy to give birth to a truly great existence? The hope of saving this Dongbua Shui-ing is very slim. In the deity world, there are many deities. In the billions of mortal worlds and the vast deity world, how many had become deities? How difficult was it to be qualified to be called a great existence? The sorcerer god worshipped by the beast clan and the great demon god worshipped by the demonic faction were all great existences that had reached this level. Of course, the great demon god was much stronger than the sorcerer god. The great demon god had already reached the level of the sorcerer god 30 million years ago, in the study room of Snorrock Castle. In one of the drawers of the study room was a communication wristband. Not long ago, the red-robed Dongbua Shui-ing was sitting in front of this study room. He had left some last words for Jing Qiu and his family in the wristband. He was prepared to die. Ordinary people would not be able to refine the messages in the wristband. Only the Palace Lord Qin could receive them. This was because the Palace Lord Qin controlled the core of the transcendent communication wristband of the Xia people. It was because of the core that the wristbands could communicate with each other. Of course, if he could survive, these last words naturally did not need to be made public. Who? When Shui-ying's true body was pierced by the sorcerer god's saber, the sorcerer god's poison entered his body and caused an incomparably terrifying pain. So much so that even his soul was trembling. This caused Shui-ying's chi avatar to disintegrate like a grain of sand, disappearing without a trace from the study room. The chi avatar only had a strand of soul. This strand of soul could not sustain the existence of a true life. It needed to borrow the powerful soul of the original body in order to maintain the chi avatar. If the original body's soul was in so much pain that it could not care about the chi avatar, or if it lost consciousness, the chi avatar would dissipate. This strand of soul could not exist on its own and would dissipate as well. Within the study room, it was still peaceful. Only the communication wristband lay in the drawer. The first night watch. The second night watch was fast approaching. Chapter 268. Ding Jiu's warship entered the infernal realm through the void and arrived at the infernal palace in no time. Xiu, xiu, xiu. Palace Lord Qin kept Ding Jiu's warship, and the demigods of the Xia people landed. Those from the Bloodshed Tavern and the Temple of the Earth God are not allowed to enter. Please forgive us, Palace Lord Qin said before leading the Xia people into an inconspicuous hall in the infernal palace. The green-armored guard carried Dongbua Shui-ing and followed them in. Jing Qiu followed them in as well. There were 6 who stood outside and did not follow them in. They were not angry. Since they had joined the Bloodshed Tavern and the Temple of the Earth God, they had long since become aware of this. The moment they joined these 2 superpowers, the majority of them would place the Bloodshed Tavern and the Temple of the Earth God as their first priority, and the Xia clan as their second. If they had enough contributions, even if they died, the powerful beings of the heavenly world would guide their souls and reconstruct their bodies so that they could continue living. This was the hope of resurrection after death. Of course, those who had the qualifications to be guided to reconstruct their bodies were few and far between. Most of them only had their souls guided into the heavenly world, allowing them to continue living. They would not pay a huge price to reconstruct their bodies so that they could continue to cultivate. Although it was impossible to cultivate without reconstructing their bodies, the demigods who chose to rely on them were still willing. At least they would still be alive, right? What about the Xia people? The Xia people were ultimately a race of mortals. Although there were few ancestors of the Xia people who became gods, none of them were able to guide their souls to reconstruct their bodies and reincarnate. Therefore, once the transcendence of the Xia people died, they were truly dead. Even their souls could not survive. The transcendence of the Xia people believed that if they did not reconstruct their bodies, although they could still live, they would only be able to contribute their faith until their souls died of old age. Such a way of living was not what the transcendence of the Xia people wanted. What they wanted was to live a spectacular life. It was a joyous feeling. They were not willing to be bound by anything. He would rather live a happy life and then have his soul dissipate than be bound by all sorts of restrictions. Even after his soul was guided, he would continue to be controlled and contribute faith. Most of those who could become transcendents were very prideful and unyielding. Therefore, even though they knew of the benefits of the Bloodshed Tavern and the Terrene Shrine as they grew stronger, they were still a small portion of the Xia people. The Xia people did not mind. After all, everyone had their own ambitions. As long as they were not selfish enough to betray their entire race, like the transcendents of the demonic faction, the Xia people would tolerate it. Rumble! The palace door closed. Within this great hall, there were many statues. These statues were all of the Xia people. Each of them had an extraordinary bearing. Some are unrestrained, some are cold and arrogant, some are calm and indifferent, and some emitted a monstrous, domineering aura. These were the ancestors of the Xia people who had become gods. However, some of these statues were placed at the edge. Those that were placed at the edge were those that had lost contact with the Xia people after they became gods. This was also why the younger generations of the Xia people were cold-hearted. However, since they had become gods, they still made statues for them. As for the other statues placed at the center, they were all statues of the Xia people. The younger generations of the Xia people were also very grateful. However, although there were more than 200 statues placed in the center, most of them no longer had any aura, because they were dead. Becoming a god in the vast deity world was only the beginning. In the deity world, they also had to fight and struggle. They missed their homeland, but in the process of fighting, some of them had fallen forever. Today there were still 52 statues that were still emitting aura. Every statue had a spatial mark that they had left behind, of the deities of the Xia people who missed their homeland. There were currently 52 of them alive. Among them, there are 3 with the strongest aura. Ancestor Yunhai, the younger generation of the Xia people, has a request. Palace, Lord Qin bowed respectfully. At the same time, the other demigods present, including Jing Qiu, also bowed respectfully. Every single one of them was sincere. Emperor Yunhai, he was one of the 3 strongest deities among the 52 living deities of the Xia people. What's the matter? The white-robed, long-haired man's mouth suddenly moved as he spoke. We, the Xia people, have a young transcendent named Dongbua Shuang. Palace Lord Chen pointed at Dongbua Shuang, who is lying on the ground like a metal statue. He is currently poisoned by the sorcerer god Saber. We are helpless. Please, Ancestor Yunhai, save his life. Sorcerer god Saber? Sorcerer god? Emperor Yunhai's statue turned to look at Dongbua Shuang. Right now, he was only able to hear and see with the help of the spatial mark. This method of detection was very crude. Is the sorcerer god's saber the one used by the sorcerer god? Emperor Yunhai asked. Yes. The green-armored protector replied. Then I definitely have no way of saving him. Emperor Yunhai said, the sorcerer god that the beast clan worships is an extremely talented being. He is extremely proficient in the aspect of hexing poisons. I am not proficient in this aspect, so I definitely have no way of saving him. Among the Xia people, the one with the highest attainment in the Tao of medicine is undoubtedly the Purple Thunder Emperor. Now that the Purple Thunder Emperor has been recruited by the Bloodshed God Palace, he is wholeheartedly focused on the Tao of medicine. His attainment in the Tao of medicine is also extremely high. If we want to save this little fellow Dongbua Shuang, I'm afraid only the Purple Thunder Emperor has any hope of saving him. If even he cannot save him, then there is no hope. Understood, Palace Head Chun hastily replied. Emperor Yunhai nodded lightly. His statue returned to normal. Palace Lord Chun immediately activated the spatial mark on the statue of the Purple Thunder Emperor. The Purple Thunder Emperor, who was bitterly pondering over medicinal herbs in the distant deity world, sensed it. He immediately passed through the layers of world barriers to enter the statue. Ancestor Purple Thunder, this junior of the Xia people has a request. Palace Lord Chen respectfully bowed. The others followed suit. What's the matter? The Purple Thunder Emperor was a very amiable-looking old man. The two tufts of his beard made him look quite cute. When he was a mortal, he was a doctor, wholeheartedly focused on saving lives. Later on, he awakened the tyrannical primordial lightning bloodline, but he still comprehended the true meaning of purple thunder, using lightning to save lives. Unknowingly, he had become a deity. Even after entering the deity world, he was initially unremarkable. Among the ancestors of the Xia people, the dazzling ones like the Scarlet Cloud Emperor had bravely advanced. Some of them had stagnated, and some had even died. But the Purple Thunder Emperor had surpassed them all. Today, he had become one of the 3 strongest ancestor deities of the Xia people. He had even been recruited by the bloodshed god Palace. His future was extraordinary. Our Xia people have a young transcendent called Dongbu Shuang. He has been poisoned by the sorcerer god Saber. Palace, Lord Qin said, "You want me to save him?" The Purple Thunder Emperor looked at the lying Dongbu Shuang. Poison from the sorcerer god's saber. Is this saber the sorcerer god Saber? It was used by a demigod of the Beast clan? Yes, Palace Lord Qin said. The one who used the sorcerer god Saber is the current Beast clan's Grand Elder, Palace Lord Qin said. Since it can be used by a demigod, it should be the sorcerer god's divine saber when he was a deity, the Purple Thunder Emperor said. The sorcerer god is a grand world deity existence. After becoming a world deity, the weapon he used could not be used by a demigod. If he were to use his current weapon to stab this child, he would have died long ago. Even so, the saber he used in the past is the one he used when he reached the peak of the deity realm. He has nurtured it for a long period of time, so it must be abnormally powerful. I need to send my projection down to personally examine it. I'll have to trouble Ancestor Purple Thunder, Palace Lord Chen said emotionally. Hua! The space within the great hall began to distort, and the distorted space began to resonate with the Purple Thunder Emperor's location in the incomparably distant deity world. The Purple Thunder Emperor's vast, surging god power forcibly passed through the countless obstructions of space and the physical world to descend upon the great hall. The figure of an old man began to condense. Heart world projection. Actually, sending down a heart world projection was a huge price to pay, but the Purple Thunder Emperor did not hesitate to do so. To the Purple Thunder Emperor, the world of the Xia people was his home, his roots. Ancestor Purple Thunder. The demigods of the Xia people present were all somewhat excited. They had never seen the descending heart world projection of the Xia people's ancestors before, and it was very normal for demigods to not have seen the projection of the ancestors of the Xia people. If there was nothing important, the descendants of the Xia people would not disturb their ancestors, much less make them pay such a huge price to send down a heart world projection. Everyone move aside. Let me take a look at this child. The Purple Thunder Emperor directly walked to Dongbu Shuiying's side. Although his aura was being suppressed by the will of the world, his laws of profound mysteries and other aspects were not affected at all. He lightly extended his hand. A streak of violet lightning tunneled through the gap between Shuiying's lips. Chapter 269. Everyone in the great hall held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold. They were all hoping that their ancestor, the Purple Thunder Emperor, would be able to rescue Dongbu Shuiying. The destruction of the demonic faction headquarters and the killing of the great demon god's doppelganger was an important victory that would be recorded in the history of the Xia people. However, Dongbu Shuiying, who was the key to their victory, had fallen here. They were unable to accept this. Time passed second by second. Everyone was waiting anxiously. The sorcerer god lives up to his name of being able to take that step and become a universe god. The Purple Thunder Emperor sighed. He actually managed to cultivate the Six Ghosts Grudge voodoo poison when he was at the deity level. This sorcerer god Saber has been nurtured and nurtured by him throughout his long years at the deity level, and it already carries the Six Ghosts Grudge voodoo poison with it. Thankfully, it's only a small amount of the voodoo poison. Cultivating voodoo. Countless dazzling existences in the god realm had long since created some terrifying voodoo poisons. Therefore, as long as one's realm reached a certain level, one could find some precious ingredients to refine a terrifying voodoo poison. The Six Ghosts Grudge voodoo poison was very famous. It was the greatest achievement of the sorcerer god after he became a god. If he used it himself when he was still a god, he could use the voodoo poison that he nurtured in his body through the sorcerer god's sword and directly into the enemy's body. Even a divine spirit expert would be in unbearable pain and be heavily injured. Even if it didn't stab the enemy, the voodoo poison could still be released into the surrounding space and seep into the enemy's body. As for the sorcerer god's sword, it was just a weapon, a medium. The long years of nurturing and using the sorcerer god's sword had caused the Six Ghosts' resentment to appear on its blade. However, its toxicity had already weakened significantly. Still, it was enough to deal with a demigod. Ancestor Purple Thunder, this voodoo poison is called Six Ghosts Grudge. Palace Lord Chin couldn't help but ask. Yes, Six Ghosts Grudge. The Purple Thunder Emperor nodded. It was only after I entered the Bloodshed God Palace that I had the chance to personally examine the countless hexing poisons. That was why he could recognize her. If I hadn't joined the Bloodshed God Palace, I wouldn't have been able to recognize you. There were countless voodoo poisons, and in order to detoxify them, one had to first identify the poison. If he couldn't recognize it, how could he solve it? Countless voodoo poisons were placed in front of them for research. This was something that countless experts who studied the Tao of alchemy yearned for. However, ordinary powers in the god realm could not afford to provide for them. Can it be solved? Asked Palace Lord Chin. The Purple Thunder Emperor swept his gaze across the crowd and said, the people here should be almost all the demigods of this generation of the Xia people. This kid named Dongbua Shueing has been inflicted with a voodoo poison that is very troublesome. It is not impossible to save him, but I have to make things clear first. Everyone listened carefully. Qi Qiu Bai, Chao Qing, Si Kongyang, and Yu Jingqiu, who were close to the Snow Eagle in Eastern Europe, were even more nervous. Even if I concoct the medicinal solution for him to consume, firstly, Dongbua Shueing will need to consume it for a long period of time. However, the Six Ghosts' resentment poison will gradually adapt to it, and the more medicinal solution he consumes, the less effective it will be. After 200 years, the medicinal liquid would no longer have any effect, and Dongbua Shueing would still die. If you take the medicine too quickly, your lifespan will probably be even shorter. Secondly, with the voodoo poison in his body, he will suffer from the pain of the Six Ghosts' resentment poison for a long period of time. You won't know if you haven't experienced it before. I can tell you that this voodoo poison is extremely painful and is known for its agony. The reason why Dongbua Shueing fainted is because he is in too much pain, and that is why he lost consciousness. In the future, when he drinks the medicine, the pain will lessen. But as the medicinal solution is consumed, the pain will gradually return. Under the intense pain, he will not be able to resist drinking more medicine. The more he drinks, the faster he will die. Although in theory he can live for 200 years, in reality he will not even live for 100 years. Also, because the voodoo poison has seeped into the body's most basic particles, the body cannot cultivate and the primordial bloodline cannot be awakened. At the same time, the voodoo poison has seeped into his dantian, and he can no longer cultivate battle chi. The battle chi in his body will decrease with each use, until there is no battle chi left in his body. Finally, because of the terrifying pain of the Six Ghosts' resentment poison, even if drinking medicine can alleviate it, the pain will still be terrifying. Under this kind of pain, it will be difficult to calm down and comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. So, if we save him, in theory, he will live for 200 years at most, or even less than 100 years. Furthermore, he will suffer the pain of the voodoo poison day and night. He will not be able to cultivate his body or battle chi. Under this kind of pain, it will be difficult for him to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. The Purple Thunder Emperor said, "Furthermore, to save him, we will need a large amount of medicinal liquid, enough for him to consume for 200 years. Sending this medicinal liquid down is equivalent to sending a deity weapon. Now that I have entered the Bloodshed God Palace, I can afford it. But is it worth it to pay such a huge price to save a cripple like him?" The Purple Thunder Emperor looked at the group of Xia people transcendents. "Whether to save him or not, it is up to you all to decide." Silence reigned. Nobody had expected such an outcome. The six ghosts' resentment poison was so painful that it could cause a transcendent to lose consciousness. This was simply unimaginable. Although Dongbua Shueing might be able to alleviate the pain by drinking the medicine, it was still extremely painful, and he would have to endure it day and night. Under this kind of torment, how could he calm down and comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth? His body and battle chi could not be cultivated, and his lifespan would be extremely short. At most, he would live for 200 years, and this was the theoretical limit. But sending medicinal liquid was equivalent to sending a deity weapon? Throughout the long history of the Xia people, those who could send deity weapons down were all extremely formidable ancestors of the Xia people. But how many deity weapons had there been? Is there no way to completely cure Dongbua Shuang? Since we know it's the six ghosts' resentment poison, is there no way to cure it in the entire deity world? The palace Lord Qin asked. There is. Not to mention the six ghosts' resentment. Even if it were a more formidable hexing poison, the deity world would have a way to cure it. But we, the Xia people, cannot afford the price. The Purple Thunder Emperor said, "If Dongbua Shueing were in the deity world, I could easily save him. But he is in the mortal world, and experts from the deity world cannot descend with their true bodies. Thus, he can only rely on medicinal liquid and other external items to cure him. A single medicinal liquid can allow a transcendent to expel the six ghosts' resentment poison in an instant. Sending such a medicinal liquid is equivalent to sending down 100 deity weapons. Even if all the deities of the Xia people combined their treasures, it would not be enough." The palace Lord Qin did not dare to ask any further. Even if it was enough, it was impossible for the ancestors of the Xia people to use up all their treasures. Even if they were willing, the ancestors of the Xia people might not be willing. After all, the ancestors of the Xia people had their own days in the deity world. They had their own battles and struggles. Make your decision. Stop delaying. This kid won't be able to hold on for long. The Purple Thunder Emperor looked at all the demigods present. Jing Qiu was both anxious and nervous. Decision? Should she save him? Of course, she wanted to save him. After all, if she did not save him, Dongbua Shueing would die. But the demigods of the Xia people had to consider the price too. The Purple Thunder Emperor was willing, but the Dongbua Shueing that he saved would only be a cripple. The demigods of the Xia people exchanged glances with each other. Without any arguments, they all made their decision. "Save him," the palace Lord Qin said. "Save him." Mountain Lord, he did not hesitate. Snow Eagle has contributed greatly to the Xia people. He is the transcendent with the highest talent in the history of the Xia people. Originally, his future was limitless. However, for the sake of the Xia people, he went through many hardships to break into the demonic faction headquarters and destroy the physical body of the great demon god. He did so much and was besieged by the sorcerer god and the great demon god, ultimately falling to this state. If we don't save him, will the Xia people still be the Xia people? If a transcendent dies in battle for the Xia people, then we, the Xia people, will not let down any transcendent. Save him. The Grand Elder Palace head said. If we need 8 or 10 deity weapons to shake the foundation of the Xia people, then I might hesitate. But one less deity weapon will not shake the foundation of the Xia people. But if we don't save the Snow Eagle, we, the Xia people, will no longer be the Xia people that we are willing to sacrifice for. Chao Qing's voice boomed, his eyes like lightning. Save him! Save him! Save him! Jing Qiu's eyes reddened as she listened. All the demigods present spoke up one by one. There will cause the Purple Thunder Emperor to smile. The Xia people were still the Xia people from his memories, although they had experienced calamities time and time again, and were even beaten to the point of being forced to retreat to the infernal realm. The Xia people had never bowed their heads. Whether it was the abyss demons, the invasion of the other worlds, the threats from the great demon god and other powerful deities, or even the subtle pressure from the Terrene Temple, none of these had ever made the Xia people bow their heads. The Xia people would always rather die standing than live kneeling. This world belonged to the Xia people. No one should even think about meddling. The Terrene Temple? I allow you to spread your faith, but you have to follow my rules. The demonic faction, if you don't follow the rules, then you can hide in the darkness forever. The moment you show your head, kill. All other outsiders, kill, kill, kill. The transcendents of the Xia people did not fear death. But at the same time, the Xia people would not let these transcendents down. Chapter 270. All right, I'll go prepare the ingredients and concoct the concoction. The Purple Thunder Emperor smiled. He was very pleased to see the scene. If he saw that his descendants did not live up to expectations, he would feel that it was not worth it, even if he wanted to do something for them. But if his descendants did not live up to expectations, no matter how much effort they put in, these ancestors would still feel happy. Also, you mentioned the matter of the great demon god's avatar. The Purple Thunder Emperor looked towards Palace Lord Qin. Palace Lord Qin immediately replied, reporting to Ancestor Purple Thunder, "It's like this." He hurriedly explained, "I've already mentioned this to Ancestor Yunhai." Ancestor Yunhai also said that the Sorcerer God and the Great Demon God have such a plan. Even the faith of the entire mortal world is not worth it. Their target can only be Crimson Rock Mountain. Yes, it must be Crimson Rock Mountain. The Purple Thunder Emperor transmitted. However, even though the Sorcerer God and the Great Demon God are world deities, they have no advantage in terms of strength when it comes to plotting against Crimson Rock Mountain. There are many people stronger than them in the deity world. However, the Great Demon God has prepared a deity avatar. Clearly, he is preparing to send a deity avatar. Deity avatars cannot enter Crimson Rock Mountain, so they should be attacking the Xia people. Why would they attack the Xia people? My guess is that the Sorcerer God and the Great Demon God are planning to exterminate the Xia people and occupy the entire Xia people's world. Once they occupy the entire Xia people's world, Crimson Rock Mountain within the Xia people's world will be in their pocket. The two of them have worked together to make this place impregnable. Even if other deity experts send demigods down, they will not have a chance to enter Crimson Rock Mountain. Others cannot enter. Only the two of them can occupy it. They can send demigods in countless times over the years. After a long time, Crimson Rock Mountain will eventually fall into their hands. However, it is not so easy to occupy the Xia people's world. I feel that they have an even more powerful backup plan. This backup plan should be controlled by the Sorcerer God. This is also the reason why the Sorcerer God and the Great Demon God are confident of occupying the Xia people's world, the Purple Thunder Emperor said with a voice projection. Palace Lord Qin nodded and transmitted his voice. That's what Ancestor Yunhai said. He said that the Sorcerer God is much weaker than the Great Demon God. If the Great Demon God cooperates with him, the Sorcerer God must have something to rely on. If the Great Demon God was willing to use his avatar, then they probably had something else to rely on. This time, I also saw a Spider Empress, and I even saw the Sorcerer God's sword. The beast race has hidden themselves so deeply. It's fine if they don't erupt, but once they do, they will definitely be formidable. Why didn't you tell me about this? The Purple Thunder Emperor asked. I can't be sure before the attack. We just destroyed the clone of the great demon god. Palace Lord Chun transmitted his voice. I only mentioned this matter to Ancestor Yunhai. Once it's confirmed, I will naturally report it to the other ancestors. Yes, this matter is very important. I will discuss it with the others and come up with a solution. The Purple Thunder Emperor frowned. After all, the sorcerer god and the great demon god were willing to pay such a heavy price. They probably had something to rely on. It would not be easy for the Xia people to break through. There should still be plenty of time. The great demon god's avatar has been destroyed. They should be lacking a main fighting force. Palace Lord Qin transmitted his voice. Yes, they should delay their plans. Such a big matter must be fully prepared before they make a move. However, we have to prepare immediately. The more prepared, the better. The Purple Thunder Emperor and the other deities of the Xia people were definitely not willing to watch as the Xia people were destroyed. He glanced at Dongbua Shuiying, who was lying on the ground. Fortunately, this kid is here. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would only know about it when they make a move. By then, it would be too late to prepare. This also caused a Purple Thunder Emperor to have a very good impression of Dongbua Shuiying, this descendant of the Xia people. Look after Dongbua Shuiying. If his undying body can't hold on, use a pill to recover his life force. Try your best to delay. The Purple Thunder Emperor transmitted his voice. I will get the Temporal Temple to send the medicinal liquid as soon as possible. Yes, Palace Lord Qin replied. Pills that could recover one's life force were very expensive. If he could delay it for a few hours, it would cost nearly 1,000,000 kilograms of origin stones. However, in order to save Dongbua Shuiying, he didn't even care about the price of a god equipment. Why would he care about this? Muddle-headed, his consciousness was dim. Suddenly, he felt pain all over his body. The pain seemed to be decreasing rapidly. This. As his consciousness gradually recovered, he recalled that he had been surrounded by Elder Aolon and the others. Although he had hidden in the mirage and had the protection of the green-armored protector and the flowing gold armor, he had still been inflicted with a terrifying poison. That poison was truly painful. Afterwards, the Xia people broke through the array. Elder Aolon and the others had escaped, and he himself had lost consciousness after leaving the mirage. So bitter. As Dongbua Shuiying regained his senses, he tasted the bitterness in his mouth. However, it was precisely this bitter medicinal liquid that was suppressing the mysterious poison within his body, reducing the pain by a lot. It had already reached a point where Dongbua Shuiying could completely endure it. My body, what's wrong with my body? Why? Why is everything? As Dongbua Shuiying gradually sensed every part of his body, he immediately discovered that there was a huge problem with his body. That poison was still permeating the most basic particles of his body. This poison was already deeply rooted in his body. Although it was being suppressed by the medicinal liquid, it wasn't reduced at all. Furthermore, his Dantian's Qi Si had also been infiltrated, making it impossible for him to cultivate transcendent Do Qi. The transcendent Do Qi within his Dantian's Qi Si would probably decrease with every use. Where is this? Dongbua Shuiying slowly opened his eyes and saw the muslin curtain of his bed. Snow Eagle. A voice rang out. Dongbua Shuiying turned his head to look. Two people were currently standing beside the bed. They were Palace Lord Chun and Mountain Lord He. Dongbua Shuiying hurriedly sat up. Although his entire body was in pain, it was nothing much. Palace Lord Qin, Mountain Lord He. Thank you for saving my life. Dongbua Shuiying said. Both Palace Lord Qin and Mountain Lord He felt their hearts ache. Let's not talk about this. Take this first. This is the 100 bitter restoration that the ancestor of the Xia people, the Purple Thunder Emperor, gave us. Palace Lord Qin passed a black gourd to Dongbua Shuiying. This gourd has a small space within it. There's quite a lot of medicinal liquid inside, enough for you to drink for 200 years. 200 years? Dongbua Shui-ing received the black gourd. I'm afraid you aren't too clear about your situation. I have to tell you. Palace, Lord Chun furrowed his brows and hesitated. Please speak. Dongbua Shui-ing listened attentively. The voodoo poison you've been afflicted with is called the Six Ghosts' Resentment voodoo poison. Palace Lord Chin said. This medicinal liquid can only temporarily suppress the voodoo poison. Moreover, as the medicinal liquid is consumed, the pain caused by the voodoo poison will recover. In other words, since you've just consumed the antidote, the pain you're feeling now will be the lightest pain you'll ever feel in the future. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded his head. He could already feel the medicinal liquid suppressing the poison in his body. As the medicinal liquid gradually decreased, the pain was slowly increasing. The more medicinal liquid you drink, the more the Six Ghosts' Resentment voodoo poison will adapt to it. When you finish drinking this gourd, it will be the time of your death. Thus, you have to drink as little as possible. Palace Lord Chin said. In theory, you can live for 200 years. However, according to the records of the deity world, because of the unbearable pain, drinking the antidote caused some people to not live past 100 years. Dongbua Shui-ing fell silent. In theory, 200 years of lifespan? In reality, it might be even shorter? Your body and Dantian Qi have been poisoned. Your body and Do Qi will no longer be able to cultivate. Palace, Lord Chin said. Speaking of this, he felt terrible, because if he couldn't cultivate, Dongbua Shui-ing would never be able to step into the demigod realm. He would only be able to remain a saint until his death. The pain from the voodoo poison will be felt day and night. It will be very difficult for you to calm your heart and focus on comprehending the nature of heaven and earth. Palace, Lord Chin shook his head. These are all drawbacks. There's nothing we can do about it. Unable to cultivate, comprehending the nature of heaven and earth was very difficult. Wasn't he a cripple? I'm sorry, Snow Eagle. There's nothing we can do about it. Palace, Lord Chin said. Palace, Lord Chin, there's no need to say such things. Dongbua Shui-ing said. I understand. The medicinal liquid in his hand was sent down from the deity world by the Purple Thunder Emperor. Since they had already gone to this extent, the Xia people had already done everything they could. At the very least, the Purple Thunder Emperor knew about this matter. Mortals can only live for 100 years. I've already lived for tens of years. If I can live for another 100 or 200 years, what's there to be unsatisfied about? Dongbua Shui-ing said. All right, I want to go out for a walk. As he spoke, the golden armor on his body started to revolve as he reverted to his normal black robes. After which, he walked towards the door. He opened the door. Outside was a courtyard. At this moment, the warm sunlight shone down on his body, as well as the interior of the courtyard. In the courtyard, a lady dressed in a deep blue robe stood there. The sunlight shone through her hair, causing it to glow. How beautiful! Dongbua Shui-ing revealed a smile. Jingqiu! Dongbua Shui-ing called out. Jingqiu turned around when she heard the voice. She saw the smiling, black-robed young man in front of her. Update complete. Chapter 271. Looking at the black-robed youth in front of her, Jingqiu couldn't help but recall the first time they met. At that time, they were both very young and had met each other in the Azure River County's Dragon Mount Manor. At that time, they only nodded and smiled politely before returning to their respective courtyards. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years had passed. At that time, that reserved youth could only be considered an expert of the Azure River County. Now he stood at an extremely high position in the entire Xia people. He could be said to be the most heaven-defying transcendent in the history of the Xia people. In one move, he destroyed the demonic faction headquarters and the great demon god's doppelganger. However, The sorcerer god and the great demon god's vengeance had severed his future. Senior Brother Snow Eagle. Jingqiu walked over and held Dongbua Shuiying's hand. Let's take a walk. Dongbua Shuiying smiled. N. Jingqiu nodded lightly. The two walked side by side within the infernal palace. You already know? Dongbua Shuiying asked with a smile. I know. When the Purple Thunder Emperor questioned all the demigods of the Xia people, I was also present. Jingqiu said, furthermore, the palace Lord Qin did not keep this matter a secret. Not only the demigods, but the other transcendents of the Xia people also know about it. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the majestic palaces and smiled. The palace Lord Qin did not do anything wrong. The demonic faction has only discovered one high priest. The other second and third priests are still a mystery. I'm afraid that one or two of the demigods of the Xia people are traitors. If that's the case, there's no need to keep this matter a secret. Furthermore, I was poisoned by the sorcerer god's saber. I'm afraid that the sorcerer god knows how powerful this poison is. Jingqiu's heart turned sour. Now that Senior Brother Snow Eagle had suffered such a great calamity, he would have to endure the pain of the hexing poison day and night, and he would no longer have any hope of cultivating. With such a blow, Senior Brother Snow Eagle was actually so calm and concerned about the demonic faction and the sorcerer god. By the way, in order to cure me of the sorcerer god's sword poison, the Xia people must have paid a hefty price, right? Dongbua Shuiying suddenly asked. Yes. Jingqiu nodded. This isn't a secret. All the demigods know about it. The price is huge, and it's equivalent to sending down a divine weapon. However, this was all borne by the ancestors of the Purple Thunder Emperor. It's not that I don't want to save you, Senior Martial Brother. It's just that the poison you've been afflicted with is called Six Ghosts' Grudge. It's a very terrifying voodoo poison. If you want to completely cure it, even the treasures of all 52 ancestors of the Xia people wouldn't be enough. I've done enough. Dongbua Shuiying nodded. A divine artifact. How many divine weapons did the Xia people accumulate over the years? In front of us is the Scarlet Cloud Mountain World. Let's go in and take a look. Dongbua Shuiying laughed. As he spoke, he flew alongside Jingqiu towards the waterfall in front of them. Although he was unable to cultivate his physical strength and battle qi, the amount of battle qi he used would decrease by a portion. However, in reality, Dongbua Shuiying's strength did not decrease at all. That was because his strength mainly depended on his true meanings. It was because of his true meanings that he was able to create those miraculous things. Hua! As his body touched the waterfall, the space around him distorted. Dongbua Shuiying felt his eyes light up. The scenery around him had already changed. In front of him was a vast space. There were mountains everywhere and white clouds drifted about. I still remember the days when I cultivated with Senior Martial Brother in the Scarlet Cloud Mountain World. Jingqiu looked at her surroundings. It's just that because of the descent of the demons, there are very few people who come to this Scarlet Cloud Mountain World. Let's take a walk. Dongbua Shuiying brought Jingqiu along as they descended. Beside a huge lake that was as clear as a mirror, the two of them walked side by side, admiring the scenery of the surrounding mountains. As the two of them walked, they chatted about the things that happened during their cultivation days in the Scarlet Cloud Mountain World. The scenery of the Scarlet Cloud Mountain World is really beautiful. Dongbua Shuiying suddenly exclaimed in admiration. He then sat down cross-legged on a patch of grass beside the lake and laughed. They said that after I was poisoned by the sorcerer god saber, it became very difficult for me to cultivate. I do want to give it a try. As he spoke, he closed his eyes. Jingqiu, who was sitting at the side, was also watching nervously. She had heard before that the Six Ghosts' resentment poison was extremely painful. It could even cause Dongbua Shuiying, who had strong will, to lose consciousness from the pain. Only by suppressing the poison with the antidote could the pain be alleviated. Extreme piercing. Dongbua Shui-ing closed his eyes and used his mental energy to sense the fluctuations of the heaven and earth energy around him. The true meaning of extreme piercing started to be displayed. One could vaguely see the space around him being penetrated. At the same time, Dongbua Shui-ing was still working hard to perfect it. He wanted to absorb more profound mysteries to perfect the true meaning of extreme piercing. The pain from the 6 ghosts' resentment poison that he had suppressed with his willpower was starting to affect him. It was like a person cultivating while someone was whipping him. How could he calm down and cultivate without being disturbed? One had to know that even with the suppression of the antidote, the pain from the 6 ghosts' resentment poison had already surpassed the pain of ordinary whippings. This pain was at the particle level. It would be fine if he didn't cultivate. However, if he tried to comprehend the heaven and earth energy, he would immediately be disturbed. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Dongbua Shui-ing tried his best to not be affected. However, he still had to divert his attention to suppress the pain. Because of this, the speed at which he comprehended the true meaning slowed down. As time passed, the antidote in his body was continuously being consumed, and the pain was continuously increasing. This required more attention to suppress the pain, which would affect his comprehension of the heaven and earth energy even more. Jing Qiu watched from the side. It had already been 4 hours, and Dongbua Shui-ing was still sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Senior Purple Thunder Emperor said that it would be hard for one to calm down and comprehend the heaven and earth energy under the influence of the poison. However, he only said that it would be hard, not impossible. If one's mental state was strong enough, he might be able to ignore the pain and continue cultivating. Jing Qiu was filled with anticipation. Suddenly, beads of perspiration appeared on the forehead of Dongbua Shui-ing as his body trembled slightly. It is indeed difficult. Dongbua Shui-ing opened his eyes. How is it? Jing Qiu hurriedly helped Dongbua Shui-ing up. The pain is the lightest when I drink the antidote, and I can still cultivate. However, the efficiency is lower than before. After an hour, the pain becomes more intense. In fact, it is hard for me to calm down. Dongbua Shui-ing shook his head. I have endured for so long. My body can no longer suppress the pain of the poison. At this moment, he stopped cultivating and used all his strength to suppress the pain. Dongbua Shui-ing's body stopped trembling. However, his face was slightly pale. Occasionally, the sweat on his body would be dispelled by Dongbua Shui-ing's true meaning of stars. There is only an hour in a day. Dongbua Shui-ing laughed. That's not bad. Senior Snow Eagle, your mental state is much stronger. Perhaps you can cultivate for a longer period of time. Jing Qiu said. Right. The stronger one's mental state is, the less affected by the pain. Dongbua Shui-ing added. However, he didn't tell Jing Qiu. Although he could cultivate for an hour in a day, the efficiency of that hour was much lower than before. The pain of the voodoo poison was much greater than expected. The two of them continued walking side by side. After walking for another 2 hours, even though Dongbua Shui-ing was suppressing the pain with all his heart, his body was still trembling uncontrollably. He could no longer control it. It was simply too painful. Let me sit for a while. Dongbua Shui-ing sat on a huge rock by the side. He lowered his head and tried his best to endure the pain, trying to get used to it, because in the days to come, he would have to endure the pain day and night. Dongbua Shui-ing's body was trembling. His face was getting paler and paler. He couldn't even focus on controlling the true meaning of stars to dispel the sweat. Senior Snow Eagle. Jing Qiu looked at him nervously. Was this still the Senior Snow Eagle from her memories? Back then, the young Senior Snow Eagle was also filled with boundless sharpness and killed Xiang Pengyin. After falling into the Black Wind Abyss, he survived and became the youngest transcendent in the history of the Xia people. during the transcendent battle of life and death. He was incomparably dazzling. In the following years, he became even more dazzling and could be said to have illuminated an entire era. The demon lair was destroyed by him. Out of the 5 demon generals, 4 died, and 1 struggled at death's door. The demonic faction headquarters was discovered and breached for the first time in the history of the Xia people. The clone of the great demon god was also destroyed. The one who created all of this was the peerless transcendent that even Mountain Lord He, Elder Aolon, and Sikongyang, these peak demigods, were in awe. But now, looking at the tormented Dongbua Shuiying, Jing Qiu's heart ached. Let's go back. Dongbua Shuiying's lips were pale, and his face was covered in sweat. He knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. It was better for him to return to his residence. Jing Qiu wanted to hold Dongbua Shuiying's hand, but Dongbua Shuiying moved aside and smiled. It's all sweat. As he said this, Dongbua Shuiying's face became even paler. Jing Qiu's eyes reddened. Senior brother Snow Eagle, let's get married. Jing Qiu suddenly said. Dongbua Shuiying was stunned. At this moment, his mind was filled with a roar, and even the pain seemed to have disappeared. Don't you know that I only have 1 to 200 years to live? Maybe I won't even be able to live for 100 years. Dongbua Shuiying looked at Jing Qiu. Then from now on, you have to accompany me. We'll always be together. We'll travel the world, to the ends of the earth, to the ends of the earth, to see everything in my Xia people's world. Jing Qiu looked at him. Ha, then I'll have to rely on you to take care of this sickly person. Dongbua Shuiying laughed. Jing Qiu's eyes became slightly misty. She smiled. All right, then you have to listen to me. I'll listen to you. Dongbua Shuiying nodded. The 2 held hands and flew side by side towards the exit of the Scarlet Cloud Mountain world. Faint voices could be heard. When are we getting married? Dongbua Shuiying asked. The day after tomorrow. All right, I'll listen to you. Chapter 272. The 2 returned to Dongbua Shuiying's original residence. Palace, Lord Chen, and Mountain Lord He were already waiting there. Snow Eagle, are you all right? Palace Lord Chen asked worriedly when he saw Dongbua Shuiying's pale and sweaty face. I'm fine. In theory, I should be able to hold on for an entire day. It's still early. Shuiying laughed. Previously, after Palace Head Chin had given him the bottle gourd of antidote, he had quickly sent a list to Shuiying, detailing the theoretical limit of time to drink the antidote. According to this limit, Shuiying would be able to live for 200 years. For the first 9 months, he could only drink the antidote once a day, 1 portion at a time. Right now, it had only been 6 hours since Dongbua Shuiying drank the antidote. There was still a long way to go before the end of the day. According to the records of the deity world, many people who were afflicted with the 6 ghosts' resentment would drink the antidote uncontrollably under the torment of pain. Every time, they would drink the antidote a little earlier. As a result, they would drink the antidote faster, and it was common for them to not live up to 100 years. Palace Lord Qin did not try to persuade him. He understood that it was better to hold on for as long as possible. Even if the pain was unimaginable, it was still a good thing. Remember, the moment you lose consciousness, let the green-armored protector feed you the antidote. Palace Lord Qin said, after you lose consciousness, the moment your undying body's recovery speed cannot match the destructive power of the 6 ghosts' resentment, I'm afraid you will die within 2 hours. Understood. I will ask Senior War Soldier for help later. Dongbua Shuiying said. The green-armored protector transformed into a bracelet on his wrist, allowing him to know Dongbua Shuiying's situation at all times. As for others, including his loved ones, they could not watch over Dongbua Shuiying at all times. Oh right, Palace Lord Chen, Mountain Lord He. Dongbua Shuiying smiled. Jingqiu and I are preparing to get married the day after tomorrow. Palace, Lord Chen, and Mountain Lord, he looked at the two people in front of them in astonishment. Yu Jingqiu hugged Dongbua Shuiying's arm and smiled. All right, you two are really fast, haha. Palace, Lord Chen laughed. Great news, great news. It's actually the day after tomorrow, but it's good that it's fast. When the time comes, we'll have to go congratulate them. I'll have to think of what kind of gift to give them. Mountain Lord, he laughed from the side. Right, is it at Snorrock Castle? Yes. Dongbua Shuiying nodded. Jingqiu and I have already thought it through. We will return to Snorrock Castle tomorrow. Everything will be simple, so there is no need to make too much noise. I understand, said Palace Lord Chen immediately. All right, hurry up and get some rest. If there's anything, just send me a message. Yes. Dongbua Shuiying's voice was starting to become unstable. He didn't try to be brave and entered the house first. Seeing the two enter the house, Palace Lord Chen and Mountain Lord, he nodded their heads. That's good too. Mountain Lord, he said. At least Jingqiu will accompany Snow Eagle in the future. Yes. Palace Lord Chen nodded, seeing that Snow Eagle would have a wife to accompany him for the next 100 years. The two of them felt much better. Right? Snow Eagle will be returning tomorrow. Hurry up and finish modifying that treasure. Palace Lord Chen said. Although I feel that the Sorcerer God and the Great Demon God won't act against Snow Eagle again, it's better to be prepared. Don't worry. I'll finish modifying it tonight. Mountain Lord, he nodded. At this moment, all over the Xia people's world, the Xia people's transcendents who were scattered all over the place received the news that Dongbua Shuiying had been poisoned by the Sorcerer God Saber. At the same time, they also knew about the destruction of the demonic faction headquarters and the destruction of the Great Demon God's clone. They also knew that Dongbua Shuiying was besieged by Elder Aolan, Monarch Qingyan, the Spider Queen, and the deity warriors. The destruction of the Great Demon God's clone meant that the Sorcerer God and the Great Demon God were plotting something behind the scenes. Thus, there was no need to hide it from them. At this moment, the Xia people's transcendents finally understood what Dongbua Shuiying had done, and what had happened to him. For of the 5 demon generals are dead, and one is struggling at death's door. So it's because of Dongbua Shuiying. In the history of our Xia people, we have never discovered the demonic faction headquarters. This time it was discovered and even destroyed the Great Demon God's clone. What a pity. That's right, what a pity. Brother Dongbua has cultivated for less than 100 years and is already so amazing. If he were to continue cultivating, I don't even dare to imagine what he would become. Number 1 under the heavens? Becoming a god? Or even one of the most powerful ancestors of the Xia people? No matter how much I think about it, it's all for naught. Brother Dongbua has been poisoned by the Sorcerer God Saber. In the days to come, he will have to endure the pain of the Sorcerer God's Saber's poison day and night. He won't be able to cultivate his dou, qi, or his body, and it's said that even comprehending the heavens and earth will be difficult. Sigh, doesn't this make him a cripple? Who are you calling a cripple? No matter what, even if his strength did not increase, he was still the one who killed the demonic faction's high priest, Xian, Elder Aolan, Monarch Qingyan, Spider Queen, and the others attacked him together with the Sorcerer God Saber. But they were still unable to take his life. Even an ordinary demigod might not be his opponent. In terms of profundity, he is probably comparable to the top 10 demigods. Do you think a sky realm transcendent like you has the qualifications to call him a cripple? I only feel that it's a pity. How would I dare to look down on him? The transcendents of the Xia people all over the world were discussing amongst themselves. Some were regretful, some were angry, and some were sad. However, there were also some who had dark thoughts. Isn't this Dongbua Shuiying very close to Mage Jingqiu? Now that he is a cripple, he won't be able to live for long. Humph. I'm afraid that Mage Jingqiu will have to part ways with him. When he dies, I might still be able to pursue Mage Jingqiu as the most beautiful Mage Jingqiu amongst the Transcendents. Many Transcendents naturally wanted to pursue her. It was just that in the past, Dongbo Shuiying and Jingqiu were very close, causing other Transcendents to not be able to see any hope. Now, however, these Transcendents could not help but see hope. However, not long after, a piece of news spread. Dongbo Shuiying and Mage Jingqiu will be getting married the day after tomorrow at Snorrock Castle. This piece of news immediately caused the delusional Transcendents to shatter their hopes. After all, the moment they married, even if Dongbo Shuiying died, a Transcendent's temperament would not allow her to marry a second time. There had never been a case of a Transcendent marrying a second time in history. In fact, as Transcendents, many Transcendent women did not even marry for their entire lives. In the major Transcendent world, the Oceanic Forest world, the Golden Robed Illusion and the Gigantic Skull Illusion met once again. Your news is really fast. It seems that there are still members of your demonic faction within the Xia people, the Golden Robed Illusion said. Among the Xia people, my news network is much better than yours. The great demon god said, I've infiltrated the Xia people for a very, very long time. Oh, right. Do you think that this piece of news might be fake? There's no need to doubt it. The Golden Robed Illusion said, I've been using this sword for a very long time, and it contains the 6 ghosts' resentment hex poison. Who would have thought that an ancestor of the Xia people would actually be recruited into the Bloodshed God Palace? Furthermore, he is proficient in the Tao of medicine and can easily identify hex poisons. Identification was the most important step in detoxification. The sorcerer god originally thought that the ancestors of the Xia people would not be able to identify it. After all, there were too many hex poisons in the deity world, and the 6 ghosts' resentment was just one of them. But it's nothing to worry about. They can't descend with their true bodies, so they can only rely on external medicines. The 100 bitter restoration is the lowest grade of antidote, but the price of sending it down is comparable to sending a deity weapon. To the group of weak ancestor deities of the Xia clan, sending this medicine over was already a huge price they had to pay. It's impossible for them to save Dongbo Shuiying, the sorcerer god said. This Dongbo Shuiying is also nothing to worry about. He'll probably live for another 1 or 200 years at most. Furthermore, the 6 ghosts' resentment hex poison torments him day and night, preventing him from cultivating. There's no need to worry about him anymore. Are we not going to continue? The great demon god asked. Firstly, the Xia people might be prepared for this, so the chances of success will be much lower if we attack again. This Dongbo Shuiying can easily hide in the mirage or the shadow world, so killing him will be very difficult. Secondly, we've already paid a huge price this time. If we attack again, I'm afraid we'll have to pay an even higher price. It's not worth paying such a huge price just to deal with an insignificant transcendent with a high chance of failure, the sorcerer god said. Just the 12 spirit formations that he had set up in a single breath were already extremely precious. That was because every single array was laid down quickly, and they were all made up of movable array plates. To be able to lay down arrays as powerful as the Black Wind Deity Palace within a breath's time, the price was extremely high. The reason the Black Wind Deity Palace had not been broken through for so many years was because all the Transcendents had relied on their own strength to break through. It wasn't that the Xia people couldn't break through even with the entire clan's strength. The Dragon Mountain Emperor and other deities had entered previously precisely because the true treasures of the Black Wind ancestor had not been left in the Black Wind Deity Palace. The Xia people had not used force, but had instead followed the rules set by the Black Wind ancestor and relied on their own strength to break through. This time, however, they had used the entire clan's strength and the Maishan Master's help. Furthermore, they had laid down the arrays in an instant. How high was the price? Furthermore, the torn scroll had been added to the sorcerer god's saber. Without it, the sorcerer god's saber would not be able to suppress the space within the mirage. How terrifying was the price of such a scroll? The price was already so high the first time. If they attacked again, the price would be even higher. Furthermore, the Xia people were prepared, so they might still fail. Furthermore, it was not worth it for the current Dongbua Shuiying. Right, the ancestor of the Xia people, the Purple Thunder Emperor, has been absorbed into the bloodshed god palace. Aren't you afraid of trouble? The great demon god suddenly said. The bloodshed god palace. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. That's a terrifying power. The Purple Thunder Emperor might be able to make his way up in the bloodshed god palace in the future. Humph. As an overlord, I'm not afraid of those who are thousands of times more powerful than him. Furthermore, for the sake of Crimson Rock Mountain, I'll kill whoever blocks my way. The sorcerer god's eyes were filled with an ominous glint. Haha, I think you're more suited to join our dark abyss. The great demon god laughed. Humph humph. The sorcerer god sneered twice before his figure disappeared. The illusory head of the great demon god also disappeared. Chapter 273. Infernal Palace. In a room that belonged to Dongbua Shuiying. He was curled up on his bed alone. His body was trembling, and he was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth, and only the sound of his breathing could be heard. He could not help but roll around on the bed from left to right. Silently, his soul was howling in pain. There was no one else in the room. Originally, Jing Qiu wanted to accompany him, but Dongbua Shuiying chased her out. He did not want to be seen by others while he was in pain. After all, even if Jing Qiu was by his side, she could only watch helplessly. Jing Qiu understood the pride in Dongbua Shuiying's heart, so she could only nod her head and leave. The night passed, and the sky outside the door brightened. The sun had already risen, but the pain was getting more and more intense, and gradually the pain reached its peak. At this moment, the medicinal liquid in his body was completely gone. The six ghosts' resentment, hexing poison, had completely erupted with its craziest might, and the corrosion of his body had completely surpassed the regenerative abilities of his undying body. Dongbua Shuiying was relying on his undying body to hold on. Every moment seemed so far away, but Dongbua Shuiying could only grit his teeth and look forward, holding on with all his might. That's right. Perhaps he only had a lifespan of 100 to 200 years, but as long as he lived, there would be a higher chance of survival, right? Dongbua Shuiying was not a person who would lower his head and accept his fate easily. Snow Eagle, one day is up. You can drink the antidote now. The green-armored guard's voice rang out. N. Dongbua Shuiying harumphed, and his breathing became heavy. At that moment, the black gourd appeared by his side. Shuiying controlled the world energy to wrap around the gourd. The cork of the gourd was pulled open, and with a hua, a medicinal liquid containing the 100 cycles of bitterness flew directly into Shuiying's throat. So comfortable. As the medicinal liquid entered his body, the six ghosts' resentment poison that was rampaging madly was immediately suppressed in all aspects, and the pain quickly decreased. In the process of the pain decreasing, even the bitterness of 100 bitter restoration antidote could not be felt for a moment. At this moment, there was only one feeling, comfortable, truly comfortable. It was as if he had obtained a new life from death. Phew! After a long while, Dongbua Shuiying finally heaved a sigh of relief. All the sweat on his body had disappeared, and his complexion looked much better than before. After all, he was an immortal body. It's only the first day. I didn't expect it to be so hard. Dongbua Shuiying's lips curled into a smile. Although he felt as though he had just walked out from the jaws of death, he did not faint on this day. Although he only managed to maintain his composure for 8 hours, the other 16 hours were spent lying on the bed in excruciating pain. He put away the black gourd floating beside him and stood up. Creak! The door opened. He saw a beautiful woman sitting in the courtyard outside. Jing Qiu had been waiting for him for a long time. Senior apprentice Brother Snow Eagle. Jing Qiu hurriedly ran over. Her bright eyes were filled with concern. How are you? It wasn't easy for you to endure this day, right? It's all right. At least you didn't faint. Dongbua Shueing smiled. Let's go. We'll bid farewell to Palace Lord Qin. It's about time to return. Just as he finished speaking, two figures instantly appeared. They were Palace Lord Chen and Mountain Lord He. Haha, Snow Eagle, we've been waiting for you. Palace Lord Chen smiled. The entire infernal world was under his control. He knew that Dongbua Shueing had just woken up. Palace Lord Chen, Mountain Lord He. Dongbua Shueing smiled. I'm also here to bid farewell. Oh, right, when I killed High Priest Qian in the demonic faction headquarters, I obtained quite a few treasures. I never had the chance to give them to you. When I was surrounded, I used a few life-saving treasures and obtained this protective armor. The rest are all here. Dongbua Shueing threw a storage ring over. This is the reward for breaching the demonic faction headquarters and killing the doppelganger of the great demon god. These are also your spoils of war. Palace Lord Chen received the ring and handed it over. Palace Lord Chen, you've already paid a huge price to save me. The demonic faction headquarters has a very deep foundation. There are all sorts of powerful arrays, special treasures, and even a large number of demigod weapons. But you should know that I can't even cultivate transcendent qi. What use do I have for these? In fact, without transcendent qi, the power of this armor is greatly reduced. Dongbua Shueing said, These treasures are still with the Xia people. They are more useful. Moreover, the sorcerer god and the great demon god haven't given up yet. The more treasures we have, the more prepared the Xia people will be. In my hands, it's a waste. As for the treasures we normally use, I still have more than 2 million contribution points. It's more than enough. Choose something that's useful to you or something that's useful to Jing Qiu. Mountain Lord, he said. Dongbua Shueing and Jing Qiu looked at each other. No need. 2 million contribution points are more than enough. Moreover, I believe that Palace Lord Qin has already guessed that I obtained the treasures left behind by Ancestor Blackwind. When the time comes, I can use these treasures to exchange for some resources. It's more than enough for Jing Qiu. Dongbua Shueing said. All right. Palace Lord Chen hesitated for a moment, but he didn't refuse. Indeed, with the current grim situation, the Xia people really needed these treasures. I'm afraid that the sorcerer god and the great demon god haven't given up yet. We, the Xia people, should take the initiative. When the time comes, our army will move out, and I will walk the mirage to investigate. Dongbua Shueing said, Haha, Snow Eagle, you don't have to worry about this. Palace Lord Qin said, After suffering once, existences like the sorcerer god and the great demon god will definitely not give you any chance. All right, don't be anxious. If I really need your help, I will definitely ask for your help. The most important thing right now is to prepare for your wedding tomorrow. Dongbua Shueing smiled. Amen, all right. Palace Lord Chen and Mountain Lord, he sighed inwardly. The two of them originally thought that after suffering such a blow, Dongbua Shueing's mentality would definitely be affected. However, they saw that Dongbua Shueing wasn't the slightest bit discouraged or upset. Instead, his thoughts were still on the Xia people. This caused them to feel very pained. The Xia people, were all transcendents with unparalleled talent. Why did they end up like this? Snow Eagle, this is a treasure. Mountain Lord, he waved his hand and took out a silver-white sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. After you refine it, you will be able to easily control it. This is... Dongbua Shueing was puzzled. This sphere originally contained a powerful array plate. As long as it is activated, it will be able to completely shatter the surrounding space within 100 li. Mountain Lord, he explained, This is a treasure that specializes in restraining spatial seals. However, activating the array plate requires transcendent magic power. Thus, I modified it and added an energy source inside. Through this energy source, you only need to slightly activate your spiritual energy. With it, the surrounding space within 100 li will shatter. Your true meaning of piercing will be able to easily dodge the changes. If the sorcerer god's saber wants to deal with you, it will be very hard for it to touch you. Dongbua Shue Ing sighed in surprise. Restraining spatial seals? At the very least, it wasn't among the treasures of the demonic faction. The foundation of the Xia people was indeed extraordinary. However, Dongbua Shue Ing understood how precious it was. I'll bring it. Dongbua Shue Ing hesitated. Don't hesitate. Take it. Actually, we guessed that the sorcerer god and the great demon god wouldn't pay a huge price to deal with you. However, it's still good to bring it along. If a war breaks out in the future and we need it, you can just give it to the Xia people. Palace, Lord Qin said. Dongbua Shue Ing nodded. Snow Eagle, do you and Jingqiu have any requests? Palace, Lord Qin asked. No. Dongbua Shue Ing opened his mouth and hesitated. How about this? My Xia people have the transcendent 7-petaled flower. Prepare 5 for me. A legend ranker's body could undergo transcendence and become a pseudo-transcendent. A pseudo-transcendent's lifespan was 800 years. However, this was very dangerous and the mortality rate was very high. Just like his mother, Mo Yang Yu's family, the Mo Yang clan head, was a pseudo-transcendent. There were quite a lot of pseudo-transcendents. On average, there would be tens of them in a province. Actually, the demonification and apotheosis of some demonic gods was also a form of transcendence, just that it was more dangerous. Although it was dangerous, the price was relatively low. A legend ranker only needed to pay a certain price. For example, if they were willing to give up a portion of their freedom, the Temple of the Earth God would be willing to help them undergo transcendence. For example, the Mo Yang clan head could afford to pay the price to undergo transcendence. As for the transcendent 7-petaled flower, it was a formula passed down by the ancestors of the Xia people. It was a special medicine that took the form of a flower and could be safely undergone transcendence. Actually, the cost was relatively low. However, the Xia people sold it to transcendence for 100,000 kilograms of origin stones per set. This was a very ruthless price. One must know that even the Mo Yang clan could afford to pay for an ordinary transcendence. However, under normal circumstances, only a demigod would be willing to pay for a transcendent 7-petaled flower. If my family members find it hard to become transcendents, they can also use this transcendent 7-petaled flower. Dongbua Shue Ing said. However, the prerequisite for using it was to become a legend ranker. I'll give you 5. Palace, Lord Chun said. Selling it for 100,000 kilograms of origin stones per set, the cost was actually around 10,000 kilograms of origin stones. This was also the method that the Xia people used to accumulate origin stones. I still have a lot of contribution points. Dongbua Shue Ing said. Then it's settled. 5 transcendent, 7-petal flowers. Don't decline. Palace, Lord Qin said. Haha, that's fine too. Palace, Lord Qin, Mountain Lord He, I won't stay any longer. I'll take my leave now. Dongbua Shue Ing said. We'll go congratulate you tomorrow. Palace, Lord Chen, and Mountain Lord, he sent the two off with their gazes, lowering his head to look at the storage ring in his hand. Palace, Lord Qin frowned. His eyebrows were like sharp blades. How annoying. Dongbua Shuiying's innate talent is unfathomably high. Such a proud son of heaven. Yet he hasn't even cultivated for 100 years. He's actually finished just like that, becoming a cripple. It was like a dazzling star, releasing a dazzling radiance that streaked across the sky. However, it soon dimmed and fell. Everyone has their own fate. Mountain Lord, he said. At least the snow eagle's life is glorious enough. Hua. Using the true meaning of extreme piercing, he tore open a spatial tunnel and arrived above Snorrock Castle. Looking down, it was currently the beginning of spring. Looking down, the entire mountain was covered in white snow. Lady Jingqiu, I knew that the two of you would definitely get married. However, I thought that your transcendence would drag it out for a long time, to the point where I wouldn't be able to see it even if I closed my eyes. At noon, Mo Yangyu was very happy at the dining table. Snow Eagle, Qing Shi is rushing back with his girlfriend. He should be here by evening. Qing Shi too, he's also dragging it out. This time, I'll have to talk to Qing Shi about it. He can't always be focused on cultivating magic. He needs to get married first. Dongbua Shui Ying smiled. Maybe by getting married and changing his mood, that brat Qing Shi will be able to step into the transcendent realm. I'm full. Let's go out for a walk. Dongbua Shui Ying stood up. Lady Jingqiu, come, accompany me for a chat. Mo Yangyu was very happy today. Stop messing around and wasting their time. Dongbua frowned from the side. It's fine. Jingqiu smiled. Up until now, Dongbua Shui Ying hadn't told his parents about this matter. He didn't intend to. He believed that as time passed, his parents would gradually find out. Walking alone in the familiar castle, the servants that passed by were all incomparably respectful. Towards this dazzling existence of the Dongbua clan, they were all extremely excited. It was just that when he was young, almost all the servants in the clan were no longer around. After all, if the servants were still alive, they would be over 100 years old. In reality, only those who had reached the star realm could live to over 100 years old. Clearly, the group of old servants from back then were too few to reach the star realm. Rumble, the closed door of the training field was opened by Dongbua Shui Ying. Looking at the cleared snow on the training field, Dongbua Shui Ying revealed a smile. A long time ago, when he was young, he would crazily practice his spear here every single day. Dongbua Shui Ying waved his hand, and a spear that looked like a flowing cloud of fire appeared in his hand. He then began to practice his spear to his heart's content. The spear was like a swimming dragon, moving according to his will. When it lashed out, it was like thunder. When it stabbed, it was like a bolt of lightning. Even though the pain from the hexing poison in his body was slowly increasing, Dongbua Shui Ying's thoughts were all on his spear techniques. It wasn't like comprehending a true meaning, which required him to expend all his effort to deduce it. At this moment, he didn't have any other thoughts. Even his mind was empty. He was only displaying his spear techniques to his heart's content. There was only the purest joy in his heart. It was precisely because he truly loved spear techniques that Dongbua Shui Ying could have such shocking achievements in his youth. He had even grasped the true meaning of extreme piercing, true meaning of mirage, true meaning of star, but for some unknown reason. Ever since he grasped hold of the 3 embryonic forms of grade 2 true meanings, Dongbua Shui Ying relied more on his true meanings. He would deduce and perfect his true meanings. At this moment, he was like a child, purely practicing his spear techniques because he loved it. He didn't need to think about any true meanings. He was purely practicing his spear techniques with a pure heart. Because he loved it, he was obsessed with it. Chapter 274. Jingqiu and Mo Yangyu chatted for a long time. The sky gradually darkened, but Mo Yangyu was still very happy as she grabbed Jingqiu, her daughter-in-law. She was really too happy today. In the end, Jingqiu took the initiative to find an excuse to leave and go find Dongbua Shui Ying. According to her calculations, it had already been 8 hours since they left the infernal palace. Senior Snow Eagle probably won't be able to hold on much longer. Jingqiu sensed something and discovered Dongbua Shui Ying's aura in the training grounds of Snorrock Castle. This made her very surprised. Is Senior Snow Eagle still practicing his spear? She hurried over. Shua. In a flash, he was already at the entrance of the training field. At this moment, Dongbua Shuiying's movements were not considered fast, but the power of his spear was vast and mighty. Rumble, the power of his spear was controlled to a radius of 10 meters, but within that radius, cracks could be seen. Occasionally, the spear would turn into thousands of afterimages, and the spear would even cause gravity to distort the space. In short, the radius of 10 meters was a zone of destruction. It has already been 8 hours, and Senior Snow Eagle is still able to persist in practicing his spear? Isn't he in pain? Jing Qiu did not dare to believe it. Yesterday, he was only barely able to control the pain. Jing Qiu watched from the side, not disturbing him. 1 hour, 2 hours, the sky gradually darkened. Brother, brother. Qing Shi's shout could be heard throughout half of Snorrock Castle. Very quickly, Qing Shi arrived at the training grounds. After so many years, he had matured a lot. However, because he had become a legend mage, he still looked young, and his eyes were even more mesmerizing. Dongbua Shuiying had once lamented that his brother could rely on his looks to make a living. Brother, tomorrow is the wedding day, yet you are still practicing your spear arts. Why don't you spend more time with sister Jing Qiu? Ah, I should call her sister-in-law now. Qing Shi smiled as he walked in. Don't disturb your brother for now, Jing Qiu said. Oh, Qing Shi hurriedly replied. Jing Qiu continued to watch. She was very surprised, extremely surprised. Yesterday, he only lasted for 8 hours before he had to return to his room. Today, he was actually still practicing his spear arts. The pain was so intense that it was hard for him to think clearly. But at this moment, he didn't need to think. He was purely following the instinct in his heart to display his spear art. Faster, faster, faster. It's too slow. Faster is better. Dongbua Shuiying's spear split into thousands of spears and stabbed forward crazily. Every strike was infused with extreme piercing. However, at this moment, extreme piercing had already started to absorb some of the profound mysteries of earth, fire, water, and wind. There was only one goal, to increase the speed of this move. Boom, boom, boom. The power is too weak, too weak. It has to be stronger and fiercer. Dongbua Shuiying's spear technique changed. Both of his hands stabbed out furiously as he exerted his full strength. At the same time, his spear technique utilized the true meaning of star, as well as the true meaning of extreme piercing. The spear swept out, seemingly splitting the world into two. The spear danced in the air like a dragon. As he was completely immersed in his spear art, even the pain he was feeling seemed to have lessened significantly. However, as time passed, the pain grew stronger and stronger, and eventually, Dongbua Shuiying was forced to stop. Huff, huff, huff. Dongbua Shuiying's forehead was filled with sweat. When he saw Qing Shi at the door and his little brother, Dongbua Shuiying could not help but smile. Qing Shi is back. Brother. Qing Shi immediately ran over. Brother, you seem to be in a good mood. Tomorrow is your wedding, and now you are practicing your spear art. Just now, someone came to call for dinner. Let's eat together. Not tonight. Dongbua Shuiying laughed. I still have some matters to discuss with Jing Qiu. Oh, then I shall not disturb the two of you. Qing Shi snickered. Dongbua Shuiying nodded and walked towards Jing Qiu. He held her hand and left. Soon, the two of them entered the house. The door closed. Dongbua Shuiying's face instantly turned pale, and sweat started to form. He grinned. So close, I almost exposed myself in front of Qing Shi. Senior Snow Eagle, you've been practicing for 10 hours. Jing Qiu was shocked. It's much better than yesterday, because I'm practicing my spear art. Dongbua Shuiying replied. Practicing spear art? Jing Qiu was shocked. Practicing spear art is different from comprehending the nature of heaven and earth. It's different from you mages comprehending spells. Dongbua Shuiying said. Comprehending the nature of heaven and earth. comprehending the true meaning, and all sorts of profound mysteries have to be deduced. Some still need to be tested and perfected. The first stage, second stage, third stage, and even condensing the true deity heart. It's even more complicated for you mages to comprehend the spell models, and you need to spend a lot of effort to do so. Amen, Jingqiu nodded. The nature of heaven and earth was complicated, and only transcendence had powerful souls. Mortals would find it hard to comprehend it. It would already be amazing if they could barely reach the realm of myriad existences. When practicing spear art, I only need to pursue perfection in my spear art. I don't need to spend too much effort to deduce the true meaning. I only need to improve my spear art. Dongbu Shuiying said. As for the true meaning, it's just a side effect of pursuing the spear art. Senior Snow Eagle, what do you mean? Jing Qiu didn't understand. Not cultivating the true meaning, but the spear art? The improvement of the spear art is the improvement of the realm. It doesn't contradict the improvement of the true meaning. Dongbu Shuiying said. In reality, today's spear training had shaken Dongbu Shuiying greatly. In the past, he had never been tortured by pain, so he didn't feel anything. But this time, under the torture of pain, he wasn't able to spend too much effort to comprehend the true meaning or anything else. But as a result, Dongbu Shuiying became even purer and more unaffected in his pursuit of spear arts. In the past, he had also pursued spear arts. But every time he improved, he would ponder, is this the right way? He could instantly consider countless problems and rapidly perfect his spear arts, choosing a better path for himself. But in reality, was this path really good? But this time, he didn't have the ability to think too much and ponder over the true meaning. He could only rely on his instincts. I actually combined the true meaning of star and the true meaning of extreme piercing together? Dongbu Shuiying was shocked. In the past, I definitely wouldn't have allowed these two true meanings to be fused together. This was simply too reckless. But this time I actually did it. Furthermore, it seems like the power of my spear arts has increased by a little. Maybe this is a different path. Dongbu Shuiying pondered. Who cares? I only have 100 to 200 years of lifespan left. What's the point of being overcautious? Since it's spear training, I should let myself be happy. As for the true meaning and whatnot, it's just a side effect. Dongbu Shuiying laughed. Back then, when he was in the Scarlet Cloud Mountain world, he didn't have any predecessors to guide him. He purely followed his heart. Even when he was reprimanded by faction head Si Kongyang, he still persevered and eventually grasped the embryonic form of the true meaning of extreme piercing. That's how it should be. Dongbu Shuiying didn't hesitate at all. Ever since I grasped hold of 3 different grade, 2 true meanings, I've been blinded by their power. I've been focused on making them stronger. Dongbu Shuiying sighed. But I've forgotten that what I've been pursuing in the past has always been spear arts. True meanings are meant for spear arts. Spear arts are everything. As for what true meanings I've comprehended, that's up to me. As long as my spear arts become stronger, I'll continue to improve. This couldn't be blamed on Dongbu Shuiying. The true meaning of extreme piercing, true meaning of mirage, and true meaning of star were simply too powerful. They made Dongbu Shuiying feel that he was omnipotent. He even felt that there was no longer anyone in the mortal world who could threaten his life. It was this encirclement that had given him a wake-up call. It had awakened him, allowing him to remember that what he had been pursuing in the past was spear arts. Actually, all these years, whether it was to deal with the demon bases or to explore the land and sea, he had never stopped to think about it. There's no need to consider too much when pursuing spear arts. That way, the burden on my heart will be smaller. I can also cultivate for 10 to 12 hours a day. As time passes, I'll get used to the pain. I can even increase the amount of time I can cultivate. Dongbu Shuiying nodded slightly. Even though he had been poisoned, he was still very happy to be able to practice his spear arts every day. It was as if the pain he felt during his training had been reduced. Being immersed in the world of spear arts was truly mesmerizing. The next morning, Snorrock Castle was already decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Since morning, transcendents had been arriving one after another. There were even huge ships that had arrived. The people on these ships were all transcendents from all over the world. They were all here to congratulate the legendary Dongbua Shuang. Chapter 275. The spacious ship tore open a spatial rift and flew into the clouds. Some of the transcendents looked down and saw the Snorrock Castle decorated with lanterns and colored banners. We've arrived at Snorrock Castle. I still remember watching Brother Dongbua's transcendent battle of life and death 50 years ago. At that time, I knew that Brother Dongbua's future was extraordinary. Just as I guessed, he had cultivated for less than 100 years and was already much stronger than the Eternal Wind Knight. Unfortunately, the Sorcerer God and the Great Demon God plotted to take revenge, destroying the most heaven-defying transcendence in the history of our Xia people. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Today is a joyous occasion for Dongbua Shuang. Let's not talk about this anymore. Right? It's a joyous occasion. Let's not talk about anything else. The ship slowly descended. A beast-man, lion-man walked down first, followed by a group of transcendents. Brother Tan Shi, the red-robe Dongbua Shuang and his wife, Jing Qiu, came forward to welcome them. And the transcendents of the Sea Deity Palace, Brother Dongbua. Tan Shi smiled. Congratulations, congratulations. You've plucked the most beautiful flower of our Xia people. You don't know how many transcendents are secretly gnashing their teeth. Haha, no problem. Let them drink a few more cups to drown their sorrows. Dongbua Shuang joked. Right, I haven't congratulated Brother Tan Shi for stepping into the demigod realm. I've also just broken through. The palace lord did not allow me to participate in the attack on the demonic faction headquarters. It's a pity that I missed such a grand occasion. Tan Shi replied. Left Xiu Knight Tan Shi had just broken through and was currently consolidating his foundation. As a newly advanced demigod knight, he would not be of much help. Palace Lord Qin also did not allow him to participate in the battle. After all, Qi Qiubai and Tan Shi were the most outstanding transcendents of their generation. Other transcendents have arrived. I'll go and welcome them first. Everyone, please come in and have a seat. Dongbua Shuang said with Jing Qiu accompanying him with a smile. All right. The group of transcendents from the Sea Deity Palace entered. Dongbua Shuang brought his wife to welcome the other group of transcendents. A transcendent's wedding did not have as many rules as a mortal's. Some transcendents could not even be bothered to hold a ceremony. After all, they had lived for a long time and were very carefree. Dongbua Shuang and Jing Qiu also kept things simple. The two of them went to have a few drinks with their friends and guests. It was also an opportunity to tell everyone that they were officially husband and wife from now on. Transcendence. Qi Qiubai immediately stood up. Although he could not hide it, Qiubai's expression. Qiubai immediately stood up. Even though he tried his best to conceal it, his expression was still complex. Shuang and Shuang understood this. Actually, the transcendents had heard that Qiubai had experienced a love calamity in the past. From then on, Qiubai's hair turned white in a single night, yet he became even crazier on his path of cultivation, advancing by leaps and bounds. And Qi Qiubai said, Will. Snow Eagle Jing Qiu. Qiubai said, The two of you are transcendents of our tranquil Sun province, and I have always treated the two of you as brothers and sisters. Snow Eagle, I am also sad that you have met with such a calamity. However, you and Jing Qiu can always be together, which is better than countless people. You have to cherish it. Dongbua Shuang and Jing Qiu looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. I can't stand looking at your tender and sweet expressions. Hurry, Hurry, go drink with the others. Chiu Chi Bai urged. Dongbua Shueing and Dongbua Shueing left immediately. Chi Chiu Bai, on the other hand, sat there. Although he was deliberately concealing it, he still drank cup after cup of wine. His gaze was deep and distant. Ha! Junior brother Snow Eagle. Junior sister Jing Qiu, come, come. Wow! Junior brother Snow Eagle, you look really handsome in this red robe. The group of people from the Scarlet Cloud Mountain world were all here. Dongbua Shueing and Jing Qiu were both part of the Scarlet Cloud Mountain world, and were very familiar with each other, toasting each other. Senior apprentice sister Du Ro grinned. Wen Yong'an was still smiling, and Wu Tsang was still silent, only saying a few words of congratulations when he was toasted. Yu Feng, Pu Yangbo, Zhang Peng, and the rest were much more lively. Senior brother Snow Eagle, senior sister Jing Qiu, seeing the two of you together, I am really happy. I'll drink first. Yuan Qing, who usually didn't speak much, took the initiative to drink. Dongbua Shueing and Jing Qiu had a good impression of this junior brother and chatted with him for a while. Yuan Qing was obviously a little excited. Junior brother Snow Eagle, junior sister Jing Qiu. That gentle and sweet voice sounded. It was Shui. Jing Qiu looked at Dongbua Shueing with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. He was interested in Dongbua Shueing, and this was not a secret among the people of the Scarlet Cloud Mountain world. Seeing the two of you together, it's really good. Senior sister will also drink to you, Shui said. Her thoughts were complicated. Towards this young man in front of her, she once admired his talent. When he was reprimanded by faction head Si Kongyang, she kept a respectful distance from him. Later on, when she rose to power, she tried to woo him again. However, regardless of whether Dongbua Shueing was dazzling or not, he always kept a distance from her. Now that he was so dazzling, yet he had become a cripple, and even had a limited lifespan, Zhui felt regretful. Even so, Zhui secretly thought if she could marry him, even if it was only for 100 or 200 years, it would not be bad to become the wife of such an important figure in the history of the Xia people. Unfortunately, from the start to the end, Dongbua Shueing had no feelings for her. The person he liked was junior sister Jing Qiu. He accompanied the group of transcendents, drinking and chatting. The majority of the demigods of the Xia people only sent their qi doppelgangers, magic doppelgangers, over. After all, their main bodies needed to be stationed in various places. Currently, the entire Xia people's world was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. The turbulence in the dark surpassed many eras in history. The Xia people had always been on guard against the sorcerer god and the great demon god. The drinking ended and the people dispersed. In the afternoon, the transcendents began to leave one by one. In order to maintain his good condition, Dongbua Shueing drank an extra dose of the antidote. Jing Qiu was still a little reluctant, but Dongbua Shueing felt that the day of the wedding was an important day for him and Jing Qiu. If he were to appear in front of his friends with a pale face and drenched in sweat, how embarrassing would that be? The number of transcendents in the Snorrock castle decreased. Palace Lord Qin also spoke a few words with Dongbua Shueing before leaving. Snow Eagle. The last to leave was Chao Qing. Chao Qing walked over. Vice Abbot Chao. Dongbua Shueing hurriedly greeted. You know of Crimson Rock Mountain, right? Chao Qing suddenly asked. Yes. Dongbua Shueing nodded. I will enter Crimson Rock Mountain in a few days. Chao Qing said, I'm old, and managed to condense a true deity heart before my lifespan. That's why I'm going to Crimson Rock Mountain to gamble. Although the chances are slim, it's better to give it a try. Who knows, I might even become a god. Ha ha ha. Actually, this matter of mine is nothing much. I'm just going to try my luck. As for you, Snow Eagle, I'm actually quite pained. Dongbua Shueing felt warmth in his heart. Actually, Chao Qing had always paid close attention to him. Perhaps it was because he was old and loved the younger generation more. Even when Si Kongyang was disappointed in him, Chao Qing was still worried that he would not be able to recover from his setback. With my average talent, being able to live to the end of my lifespan, I was able to condense a true deity heart before my lifespan. But Snow Eagle, with your heaven-defying talent, you haven't even cultivated for 100 years. Yet you ended up like this. Chao Qing shook his head. He was truly pained. Dongbua Shueing had only cultivated for close to 80 years. Compared to the long lifespans of transcendence, he was just a child. Everyone has their own fate. There's no need to blame the heavens. Dongbua Shueing said. In the previous battle with the demons, many transcendents of the Xia people died in battle. But at least I'm still alive. I'm already very fortunate to be able to live with my wife for 100 years. Amongst the mortals, how many can have such a blissful life? It can be said that I've already surpassed trillions of mortals. Chao Qing nodded. Snow Eagle, I've always admired your state of mind. If I were your age, I would have long gone crazy after suffering such a huge setback. Right? Does that six ghosts resentment voodoo poison affect your cultivation? Chao Qing asked. It's very difficult. Dongbua Shueing nodded. Comprehending true intent requires all of one's mental strength. Because of the voodoo poison's influence, it's almost impossible to comprehend true intent. Fortunately, I can still practice my spear arts. There were disadvantages and advantages. The disadvantage was, when practicing spear arts, one might walk on a fork. After all, one did not have enough mental strength to judge whether it was right or wrong. The advantage was that one could disregard all influences and even disregard one's true intent. One could only focus on one thing, to make one's spear art stronger. It didn't matter if one's true intent was affected. As long as one's spear arts improved and became stronger, that was enough. After all, it was hard for him to focus on cultivating his true intent when he was in intense pain. With a wife to accompany me, and something I like to do, not bad. Chao Qing nodded. All right, this old man is leaving. Let's say our last farewell today. Haha. If this old man can really become a god and come out of Crimson Rock Mountain alive, we might meet again. I wish you success, Elder Chao, Dongbua Shueing said. Hee, even I know that the chances are slim. But to be able to experience Crimson Rock Mountain before I die, this old man's blood really starts to boil. Chao Qing laughed, then transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Dongbua Shueing raised his head and looked at him. Would he ever have the chance to see this adorable old man again? He didn't know why, although he had never seen his grandfather before. He could feel his grandfather's aura from Chao Qing. Elder Chao, take care, Dongbua Shueing said quietly. After staying in Snorrock Castle for 3 months, he had made all the necessary arrangements. The transcendent 7-leaf flower was also given to his parents. Then, on a summer morning, Dongbua Shueing and Jing Qiu began to roam the world together. Brother, write to me often. I'll come and find you often, Qing Shi shouted. Haha, don't worry. On the way down from Snorrock Mountain, 2 treading snow horses galloped forward. Dongbua Shueing and Jing Qiu each rode a horse. The 2 of them were carefree and unrestrained as they traveled the world together. You said that you'll accompany me to every corner of the world. We'll eat all kinds of delicious food and see all kinds of beautiful sceneries. You can't go back on your words. Don't worry, I'll listen to you. If you tell me to go left, I won't dare to go right. If you tell me to go forward, I won't dare to go back. How about it? Good enough, right? Yes. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 276. Something good. Dongbua Shueing's gaze swept across the people in front of him, including the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man smiled and said, I, Sand Tiger, have been in White River City for many years. I have long heard of a restaurant in White River City. The owner of the restaurant, Dongbua, is an incredible artist. I only got to meet him today. Artist? Palace. Lord Chen laughed at the side. It was indeed interesting that the dignified Dongbua Shui-ing was called an artist. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded slightly. Scarlet Flame Knight Sand Tiger, I have long heard of your name. I wonder why you are here today. My teacher is here. The silver-robed man Long Tianyin stared. Tianyin, shut up. The golden-robed man frowned. Yes. Long Tianyin immediately shut up. He was very obedient and respectful. The golden-robed man continued with a smile. I am here because, Dongbua, you have a good disciple, Yi Qing. Yi Qing? Shui-ing frowned. Over the past 100 years, he had casually taught spear techniques to a few people, of which he was quite fond of a few of them. However, the only one whose talent caught his eye was his third disciple, Yi Qing. As for his eldest disciple, Long Tianyin, his second disciple, Chun Qin, and the other disciples he had taught, their talents were all ordinary. Even though he had taught them in accordance with their aptitudes, the chances of them becoming legend rankers in this lifetime were extremely low. After all, for a disciple to be powerful, the teacher was important, but the disciple himself was more important. Yi Qing belonged to the category of talented disciples. Yi Qing, the golden-robed man, looked at Yi Qing. Senior Sand, if you have any problems, come at me. Why are you looking for my teacher? The red-robed man, Yi Qing, said angrily. The golden-robed man said, I am not looking for trouble. I am here to accept you as my disciple. Accept me as your disciple? Yi Qing was startled. Dongbua Shui-ing was also startled. Snatching disciples? Ha! I never thought that the young man my daughter likes is you. The golden-robed man laughed. Although you have offended me before, it was unintentional. Since my daughter likes you and your talent is high, you should accept me as your teacher. Join my Scarlet Flame's fortress and become my disciple. I can guarantee that you will become a legend ranker. I will give you the best Do-Chi cultivation method so that you can cultivate faster. I will also give you better weapons. Ha! After that, you can become my son-in-law. We will be a family. White River City was only so big, and Yi Qing was quite strong, so he naturally caught the eye of the Scarlet Flame Knight, Sand Tiger. But upon closer inspection, he was shocked. This brat, who had just passed the age of 20, had actually reached the level of a spear grandmaster. Most people might not be able to see through it, but he himself was a grandmaster. With a single glance, he could tell that it was a grandmaster's spear technique. It must be known that many legend rankers were not even at the level of a grandmaster in terms of combat techniques. This Yi Qing brat was practically guaranteed to become a legend ranker. In addition, he also knew that the young man his daughter had always liked was this Yi Qing. Thus, Xiaohu decided to have Long Tianyin lead the way to this Dongyu restaurant. Impossible. Yi Qing shook his head. What did you say? The golden-robed man, Sand Tiger, thought that he had misheard. Master's kindness towards me is as heavy as a mountain. When I was under Master's tutelage, I was only 11 years old. I didn't have a father, and my mother didn't care about me. I couldn't eat well. It was Master who gave me food, bought me clothes, taught me spear techniques, taught me Do-Chi techniques. To me, this is my home. Yi Qing said. Dongbua Shui-ing heard this, and his heart warmed. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. This brat Yi Qing, I can't leave, and I can't join your Scarlet Flame Fortress. Senior Sand, you are a legend knight, a peak existence in the entire White River County. What difference does it make if I join your Scarlet Flame Fortress or not? Yi Qing said. You are going to accompany a group of children to practice such crude spear techniques in this place? The golden-robed man frowned and shouted, Yi Qing, you should have a wider world. Master's health isn't good. Naturally, I have to accompany Master. Yi Qing said. Standing beside Palace Lord Chen and Jingqiu, Dongbua Shuang was even happier when he heard this. Yi Qing, this mysterious guy, had long since trained his spear techniques to such a high level. Every day, he would come over to accompany me to practice with those children. So it was because of my poor health. Among his disciples, Dongbua Shuang really liked Yi Qing the most. When he first met Yi Qing was only 11 years old. He was a skinny and weak brat who looked like an ordinary 7 or 8-year-old kid. Even in the middle of winter, he was dressed in rags. He was usually very well behaved, willing to work hard and obedient. He never thought that to Yi Qing, this Dongyu restaurant had already become his home, and he had become his family. Humph, the golden-robed man said angrily, "All right, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Do you like my daughter?" "Of course I do," Yi Qing said. "Then come with me." The golden-robed man said angrily, "If you dare to refuse, you and my daughter will never be able to be together. Moreover, if I give the order, your sickly master's Dongyu restaurant will be shut down. In fact, if I give the order, your master and the others will not have a good life." Yi Qing was furious. However, he was clear of the influence of this veteran titled knight, Sand Tiger. In the entire Baijiang County, Sand Tiger was one of the top 3 strongest titled knights. "You want to shut down my restaurant and make my life miserable? What a big mouth." Dongbua Shuang laughed. "You sure are arrogant. The sorcerer god and the great demon god both wanted to kill you, but didn't they fail?" The palace Lord Qin laughed as well. The golden-robed Sand Tiger was stunned. Sorcerer god? The great demon god? The sorcerer god of the sorcerer god palace? The great demon god of the demonic faction? These 2 existences were too far away. They were not beings from the Xia people's world, but powerful spirits from the deity realm and the dark abyss. "Wu Lei, teach him a lesson and chase him out," Dongbua Shuang casually ordered. "Yes, master," the white-haired elder respectfully replied. At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Knight Sand Tiger, his subordinates Long Tianyin, and his disciple Yi Qing were all staring blankly at this scene. The white-haired elder then turned his head to look at the Scarlet Flame Knight Sand Tiger. The Scarlet Flame Knight Sand Tiger was stunned. An old man dared to attack him? "You dare to disrespect master." The white-haired elder stretched out his hand. His palm immediately turned into a white fog, and the white fog instantly grabbed the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man felt that he was surrounded by fog. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. This caused him to reveal a look of fear. He was a titled knight, but he couldn't even struggle. Being grabbed by the white fog, the golden-robed man, Sand Tiger, spread his arms and legs wide open. Pum, 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 pum. The dignified Scarlet Flame Knight, Sand Tiger, slammed his face into the ground. In an instant, he slammed over 100 times. Every slap was extremely heavy, and even the Scarlet Flame Knight, Sand Tiger, spat out blood. How strong was a titled knight's body? He had already spat out blood, but there wasn't even a dent in the ground. The white-haired elder casually swung his arm, and the golden-robed man, Sand Tiger, fell to the side like a dead dog. Everyone was stunned, and Long Tianyin was even more confused. "Senior," the golden-robed man, Sand Tiger, suddenly crawled to his feet. Disregarding his injuries, he was incomparably respectful and even somewhat flattering. "Senior, may I ask who you are?" How cunning was the Sand Tiger! How could he not know that this white-haired elder was a terrifying existence? He was definitely a transcendent. The white-haired elder, Wu Lei, said, I am only Master's weakest servant." This wasn't a lie. Among the deity warriors under his command, Wu Lei was indeed the weakest. However, he still had the strength of a veteran demigod. The weakest servant? Sand Tiger looked at Dongbua Shuang, Jingqiu, and Palace Lord Chun in horror. "Master!" Suddenly a loud shout rang out. "Putong! Long Tianyin knelt heavily on the ground. His eyes were red and filled with tears. He looked at Dongbu Shuiying and shouted, "Master, I was wrong. Tianyin was wrong." Dongbu Shuiying was instantly shocked. This eldest disciple of his had once again surpassed his understanding of him. He had originally been disappointed in him, but now he was no longer just disappointed. He was completely speechless towards Long Tianyin. A person couldn't be this shameless. Scram! Dongbu Shuiying suddenly waved his sleeves. Boom! A formless energy instantly enveloped the golden-robed man, Sand Tiger, Long Tianyin, and his subordinates. Shua! This group of people disappeared. In a luxurious castle in White River City, it occupied an area of more than 1 kilometer. It was even larger than Snorrock Castle. For it to be so large in the entire county city, one could see how powerful it was. This was the Scarlet Flames Castle. A large group of people appeared out of thin air in the training grounds where the guards of the Scarlet Flames Castle usually gathered. At the same time, a group of horses also appeared out of thin air. Long Tianyin was still kneeling heavily on the ground. Sand Tiger was also somewhat stunned. The soldiers and the large group of horses were also stunned. Following that, a commotion broke out and the horses neighed. Clearly, the sudden change in the surroundings was too much for the horses to bear. This is the Scarlet Flames Castle? Sand Tiger was stunned. This was his home, so of course he recognized it. We've reached the Scarlet Flames Castle. Long Tianyin was also stunned. With just a wave of his sleeves, we all went from Dongyu Restaurant to the Scarlet Flames Castle? This is the power of a fiend god. Even the transcendents I've heard of aren't this powerful. Could this be the legendary demigod of our Xia people? Sand Tiger gulped. At this time, a large group of guards and many family members of the Scarlet Flames Castle rushed over. They were all shocked and bewildered. "Father, why are you all here?" "Ah, Father, why are you covered in blood and filth?" A green-robed young lady with bright eyes and white teeth ran over. "Little Chi, my obedient daughter." Sand Tiger laughed loudly. "It's fine, Father is fine. I approve of the matter between you and Yi Qing. I approve very much. Haha, if you have time, bring Yi Qing over here. Me and Yi Qing." The young lady was somewhat dazed by the surprise of her arrival. Sand Tiger suddenly looked at Long Tianyin, who was kneeling beside him in a daze. His eyes were filled with disgust as he shouted, "Throw this Long Tianyin out. He can forget about taking another step into the Scarlet Flames Castle." Yes, instantly, a group of guards rushed forward and grabbed Long Tianyin. My master, my master." Long Tianyin could never forget the scene of his sickly master, Dong Bo, waving his sleeves. With a wave of his sleeves, the heavens and earth changed.